of 2025 have already vanished. 75% of your year is gone. And those lofty goals you set in January, well, they're just that. All they are goals, and they're nowhere near becoming a reality. Now, I want to say, is that 100% your fault? No. Listen, I get it. Life gets in the way sometimes. Your priorities change. These things happen. Listen, whatever the case was, let's just face the reality. You are 8 months into another year where you promised yourself things would be different. But you know what? This time is different. You see, for the first time in human history, there is a force reshaping everything as we speak.
Rise of generative AI.
AI is rapidly reshaping AI.
I'm talking about artificial intelligence. A Goldman Sachs research recently predicted that AI can disrupt over 300 million jobs, and McKinsey says that 70% of all work activities could be automated. Entire careers that took decades to build, worthless. Degrees that cost hundreds of thousands, obsolete. That safe job that you're counting on, disappearing. But while some are about to lose everything, others are building generational wealth at previously impossible speeds. Shopify took 6 years to hit $100 million in revenue. OpenAI did it in 2 years. And now we have specialized AI companies doing it in 8 months. The same 8 months that just slipped through your fingers. Is this the 2025 you wanted? Look, right now, as you're watching this, something unprecedented is happening in this economy. We are witnessing the biggest disruption to how money is made since the internet was invented. And for the first time in decades, the advantage is shifting away from the wealthy, the connected, and the experts, and towards regular, everyday people. There are still 4 months to go in 2025, and the good news is you don't need to create the next billion-dollar unicorn in 8 months to achieve true freedom. All you need to do is position yourself in the right place to surf this massive wave that is about to hit the market. And that is why we created the Make Money Online Challenge 2.0, to show you how you can leverage AI to position yourself at the right place and the right time while still in 2025. Let me tell you something incredible. The last time I hosted this challenge earlier this year, in the first 90 days, the people who took action generated over 8.9 million in tracked earnings. From making their first sale all the way up to buying a McLaren, these are regular, everyday people. No special skills. They just position themselves at the right place at the right time. And most importantly, took the decision to make this year the turning point of their lives. So yeah, it's true, 8 months of the year have already gone by, but the next 4, those are yours to claim. The last 4 months of 2024 start now, and I want to challenge you to create a $373 a day online business with me, 100% live, over the course of 3 days. So are you gonna keep letting the last 4 months of 2025 slip away, or are you gonna join me for this challenge? The decision is yours.
All right. We are live. Can you guys hear me? Can you see me? Lots of VIPs. Love it. Love it. Yo, VIP. Whoop, hyped. Hi. Hello. 0.44. Hi. Yes, let's do this. All right. 0.44. All right, ladies and gents, you guys are in for an incredible one here today, because somewhere right over there hiding in the shadows, like he usually does, hiding in the shadows, is Mr. Jason Fladlien. This man has done over $300 million with digital products, but to be honest, at this point, he's stopped counting. He has been involved. He's a very, very humble gentleman. That's one of the things that I appreciate the most about him. So he oftentimes doesn't speak about his accolades, but as I said, won't get into specific names, but any record you can ever think, any accomplished accolade he has been involved in, he has orchestrated, he has strategized, he's helped with, he's consulted with multi-billion-dollar companies like Zoom. The man is a legend, and today especially, in my opinion, I guess maybe that's just because I'm a bit selfish, because like I'm a nerd and I geek out about this stuff and I love this stuff. Like to me, this is the most valuable session, because it's not often you sit with someone who has such a breadth of experience. And today is some very hard hitting and tactical stuff. And what I will say is shout out to you guys, for being here after 4 days. Shout out to you guys for showing up and taking action and being here. It's going to be rewarded, because as I said, you are in for one hell of a session with Jason, who's going to be presenting today. After that, as always, Jason and I will get into a bit of more informal open Q&A. Then we also have an incredible guest who's made over $10 million with digital products. She is an absolute superstar. Very excited for you guys to meet her. And on that note, I'm going to pass it over to Jason.
Let's go! 0.44. Iman, thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, we're going to cook here. It's just me. No workbook today. No password. Don't ask about it. I got a couple extra goodies that I will give to you when it makes sense at the end here. That one. Thank you, Tristan. But we're going to get down and we're going to do some work. I got a lot to cover, and I want to get through it very efficiently and very quickly. So if you're ready, put a ready into the YouTube live chat right there. That'll get me fired up, and then we'll get cooking. We'll get ready to rock and roll. So if you're ready, say, I'm ready. My name is Jason Fladlien. It's going to be an honor to serve you today. Let's roll up our sleeves. Let's get to work. I think we need to put it on the slide there. Tristan, I'm not able to advance it. I love live, by the way. All right. Anticlimactic. Calm before the storm. Okay. Is it on there? Yeah. Okay. All right. I still remember exactly where I was sitting when it happened. This tiny little desk in my cramped apartment, surrounded by a bunch of empty Diet Coke cans and a whole bunch of books that I checked out from the library on business and sales and productivity and personal development. And there I was trying my hardest, and I was barely getting by. I had a $500 credit card. That was all they would trust me with at the bank. And I was eating ramen noodles nearly every day because that was about all I could afford. And I had no clue that I was about to stumble into something that would completely change my entire life. See, that day, it was November 12th, 2007. I remember it very clearly. That was the day that I made my first digital product sell for a whopping $4 freaking dollars. Now, most people would laugh at that, but here's what they don't understand. It wasn't the amount that mattered. It was how I made it, because that accidental $4 led to over $250 million, that's 250 million, and as Iman said in the intro, it's now at over $300 million in sales over the past 18 years, including $57.9 million in just 226 days, including $9.8 million in just 8 days, and over $1 million in a single hour. More than once. Yeah, you heard that right. 1 million in an hour. Not a bad payday, huh? And the money is just part of the story, my friend, because this accident of digital products also is what brought me to my wife. It allows me to provide for my 3 children, and it gives me the freedom to live life on my terms, to be ungovernable. What was the shirt I was rocking the other day? I got the 0.44 on here today. All of this was because I stumbled upon a specific way to create digital products that I had no idea that it would disrupt entire industries. And you want to know the crazy part? It's this. The same method that little Jason Fladlien discovered in 2007 works even better in 2025. Caveat, as long as you use it the right way, which 99% of people screw up completely. So today, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to share with you the exact process, step by step, no fluff, no theory, just the raw, unfiltered blueprint that turned my broke ass into a 9-figure entrepreneur. Would you like to see it? Also, I do have a special guest. I'm going to bring her on a little bit later. Iman's going to pop in, and then I'm going to bring her on. You're going to love her story, which will come here at the end of the presentation today. Now, here's the thing. Even if you don't buy a damn thing from Iman and me, even if you say, I am not going to invest in Monetize Jason, what I'm about to show you will be worth more than most people's entire business education, what I'm going to share with you here today. And for those of you who were able to grab Monetize or will grab Monetize by the end of the presentation here today, I have some extra special resources that I'm going to provide to you as well. So grab something to write with, because I'm about to show you how to churn thin air into cold hard cash. If you're ready, drop some fire emojis into the chat. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Now, before we dive into the good stuff, let me tell you why I'm here, because the story is absolutely wild. My name is Jason Fladlien, and I took a 16-hour flight from Los Angeles to Dubai. I left behind my wife, who I am madly in love with, and I'm working these late nights in a time zone that is completely ridiculous for my 42-year-old ass, and I'm doing all this to be here with you today. Now, why would I do something like this? And here's why. Because what Iman has built is so damn powerful that I had to be a part of it. And trust me, I can judge this stuff better than anyone. See, I haven't just watched digital history unfold. I helped write the damn history book on it. See, over a decade ago, I disrupted Amazon so hard, yeah, that Amazon, that they literally had to change their terms of service because of what we were doing so effectively on their platform. And the people that I helped get started there, many of them are millionaires now, retired, living the good life. All because they moved when I told them to move, and they moved how I told them to move. And Amazon was just the beginning, my friend, because then when e-commerce exploded with Shopify, I was sitting front row again. I partnered with the first company that got Shopify's approval on a digital program, and I helped regular people print money with it like they had their own Federal Reserve. Now, some of the brands that I've worked with, you probably have their products in your house right now. We're talking household brand names. And then came Zoom after that. You know, that company that's worth billions of dollars. I saw that wave coming from miles away. I became the leading authority on their platform for doing certain kinds of presentations. And then Zoom themselves brought me in to train their users right before they went public. And we're talking the day where they became worth billions in 24 hours. And here's the crazy part. I did all of this without any social media presence. I'm just kind of getting started right now, and I'm fumbling in the dark. I'm not very good at it. I don't have that big personal brand. I don't dance on TikTok. I don't post motivational quotes on LinkedIn. I just work directly with the best. I tend to stay private, and I have become the secret weapon behind some of the biggest names that you know today in the digital product space. So I've been around the block. I wear the scars of trial and error, and I carry the lessons from the wins into everything that I do. And because of this track record, the best in the world seek my advice. They want to hire me, and I say no to 99 out of 100 of them. And I only work with the absolute best of the best who have the best offers for the best audiences. So when Iman says, hey, man, here's what I'm cooking with. Here's what I've built. You want in? I said, let's go, baby. I'm in. And why is that? Because Iman has the very best solution that I've seen in this space for solving my favorite problem in the entire world, which is how to create high-value digital products at scale. And that's exactly what we're about to show you how to do on this session today, because out of everything that I've sold, every major client that I've advised, every $1 million launch that I've been behind and been a part of, there's always been a digital product at the heart of it. I am absolutely obsessed with digital products, and I mean literally. My wife thinks I have some sort of problem. She'll catch me at like 2 a.m. scribbling a product idea on a napkin after waking up from a dead sleep, or I get super excited about some weird esoteric way to package up a digital product, and she's like, baby, I think you might need to go see a therapist because it's not normal. I'm certainly not normal, and I am absolutely so damn passionate about this. Way more than anything I've done, because while it's cool helping people crush it, selling cheese graters on Amazon, some of them made millions with it, by the way, and it's awesome watching entrepreneurs blow up, shipping swaddle blankets off of Shopify. That's pretty cool. And it's really neat advising the leading software companies and agencies on strategy. I can't name names, but you would know who they are. Nothing, and I repeat, nothing gets me fired up like digital products. Because unlike physical products, you don't need inventory, you don't need a warehouse, you don't need to deal with shipping delays or customs or any of that bullshit. And unlike services, you don't need to trade time for money, you don't get stuck on the hamster wheel of more clients means more hours, and you don't burn out trying to scale yourself. Digital products are pure leverage, create once, sell forever. And here's the thing, even though I've been obsessed with this for years, it's not something that I could just go out and recommend to anybody who wants to get started online. Why is that? Because until recently, the skill threshold was too damn high. You needed to be an expert. You needed to be a writer. Or you needed to be a speaker. You needed to know how to process information and set up complicated systems. And most people aren't willing to put in the years and the time to master that. So I had kept this strategy close to the chest, only sharing it with the highest level clients, the ones who could afford to hire teams, handle all the technical stuff. And then suddenly the barriers around it started crumbling. You could generate the content now in minutes instead of months. You could create the content without being a subject matter expert to publish your first ever digital product. You could create the landing pages for it without knowing any code. Just 2 lines of prompt can build something incredible like what you're seeing on your screen right now in front of your very eyes in real time. You can automate all sorts of different things that you would need in order to have a successful digital product with pushes of buttons, and that's exciting. But here's where most people mess it up. They think that this thing called artificial intelligence, or AI for short, is some sort of magic wand, that they can just, type "make me money" into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT says, "Aye, aye, boss," and then the cash starts rolling in. That is complete BS. That is yet to work, and I don't think it will ever work, okay? If that were the case, you would see way more people making serious money online than you currently do. The truth of it is this: AI is just a tool. It is an incredibly powerful, useful, amazing tool, yet it is still a tool. What matters, less the tool, more how you use the tool. And you want to use it under the right strategic framework with the right approach, following the right sequence. And guess what? That framework, that's what I accidentally stumbled upon on November 12th, 2007, when I was broke, when I was desperate, and when I had not a single clue on what I was doing. Now, this framework has 3 core pillars. Miss any one of these and you're hosed, my friend. Nail all 3, and you're like a printing money machine. Would you like to know all 3 of these? Well, here they are. The first one is speed, so write that down. And we're not talking about just working fast, although speed does matter. We're talking about striking fast while the iron is hot. When you spot an opportunity in the market, when you see a gap that needs filling, when you notice people desperately asking for a solution that they can't find and pay money for, you need to move on that, my friend, and you need to move fast. Not next week, not next month, not when you have more time. I'm talking right now, because here's what I learned the hard way. Markets move at lightning speed. What's a burning problem today might be solved by someone else tomorrow, and the window of opportunity is usually very tiny, and the people who win are the ones who can move the fastest. And that's why AI is such a game changer once you understand this. It allows you to go from idea to launch in days or even minutes instead of months. And I'll show you more on that here shortly. Here's the second pillar, though, specific. So write that down. And this is where most people completely crap the bed. They try to be all things to everyone. They try to create some sort of generic, watered-down thing that appeals to nobody, and that's a huge mistake because the riches are in the niches. But not just any niche. You need to find the specific intersection where 3 specific things meet, and it's this. Write this down. A problem people are desperate to solve, that's number 1. A problem they're willing to pay money for to solve. That's number 2. And number 3 is a problem that you can use AI to actually solve and solve it better than anyone else. Those are your 3 criteria. We're going to examine them very deeply here today. So when you find that sweet spot and when you create a laser-focused solution, people will literally throw money at you. I'm talking about charging premium prices and having people thank you for it. And we're going to break that down here shortly. Now, there's the third pillar. So write this one down. Consistency. And this is the secret sauce that separates the one-hit wonders from the empire builders. Anyone can get lucky once. Building real wealth requires systems, though. It requires processes, though. And my favorite thing, it requires frameworks that you can work over and over and over again. And I got some of those frameworks for you here today. See, most people, they launch one product, they make some money with it, and then they sit back and wait for some sort of magic to occur. That's not a business, that's a lottery ticket. The real money comes from building a machine, a system that can pump out high-value digital products consistently, like the beating of the heart, month after month, year after year, creating multiple income streams that compound upon each other. And that's how you go from making $4 to making millions. And that's exactly this framework. It's exactly what I'm going to show you how to build. So you ready to go? You ready to dive deep? You ready to get into these 3 elements? Put a hell yes into the chat if you're ready. I'm ready. You ready? Let's go, baby. Let me break down speed for you first, because this is where most people completely miss the boat. This is pillar number 1, right? Speed works in 2 directions, and you want to nail them both. And if you do, then money will become a thing that you used to worry about. Now, here's the first direction you have to understand. It's called speed of deployment. The faster you can get a digital product to market, the better your chances of striking gold. Here's what I learned after launching hundreds. I repeat that I have launched hundreds of digital products over the years. Here's what I've learned. Every digital product is an asset, period. It is like a piece of digital real estate. Now, some of these assets, they hit like a freight train. Boom, right out of the gate. Thank you, God. I love when that happens. They meet a desperate market in need, and they crush a painful problem. Fantastic. And then they start chugging along and they start generating profits and sales almost instantaneously. Now, I've had dozens of products that have done that. They've just shot out of a cannon and made $10,000 in their first week, or $20,000 or $50,000, even over $100,000 in their first month. In fact, my first 6-figure product in a single month happened on June of 2010, and I will remember that for the rest of my life, because that was the same month that my first daughter was born. So I'm like, 6-figure baby. I actually literally created a digital product called 6-figure baby, how I did 6 figures in that month. Now, that one came later, but this is how I remember this. I've even done $9.8 million in 8 days, and that was a freaking amazing week. And here's the thing. Not every product is going to be a home run. Most of them aren't. And that's perfectly fine, because some products are like that steady friend who never lets you down. They chug along, few sales a day, bringing you in consistent cash flow, which is the most important thing. It's like a stock market dividend, except for the return is a lot higher, okay? So I've had products some of my products are 10 years old, and they're still generating, $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month, $5,000 a month, and they're making 6 figures over the course of the years from something that I only touched and created once. Then there are some products that just don't bite. Like, I've had a lot of flops over the years. I probably had 20 or 30 or maybe even 40 products that were flops in the commercial sense. They didn't just like start raining money from the sky. Instead, maybe they got a sell here, a sell there, and they trickled in. And you know what? That's still not a loss, because, and write this down, every product that you create becomes an asset that you can leverage. So that failed product, that can become a bonus for your next digital product that you launch. Or it can be the thing that you give away for free as content that will attract people to you, who will then buy other products that you publish. It can be training material when you do coaching or a mastermind. It can be content for a book that you then fold into the next digital product. Everything has use once you create it in a digital form, as long as you can launch it fast, fail quick, and win even quicker. So there you go. I want you to really embrace that. Launch fast, fail quick, win even quicker. That's the motto, okay? You do that, you're absolutely golden. Then it's not a matter of if you'll start hitting the big bucks. It's just a matter of when. Because here's the dirty little secret that nobody talks about. Most successful entrepreneurs, they have a graveyard of failed products behind them. The difference is they kept launching, they kept moving, they kept iterating. And this is what success looks like, okay? While everyone else is still perfecting their first little beautiful product like it's their firstborn, the successful among us, they were already launching 2 and 3 and 4 and product number 5 and 6 and 7, all the way up to product number 12. And maybe it was product number 12 that made them rich. And that's direction number 1 of speed. Direction number 2 is speed of results. And this one is my very favorite. This was the biggest game changer for me early on in my career. And here's where it's awesome, because speed works on the buyer's side as well, okay? And this is the breakthrough that changed my entire life. See, if your audience can buy your digital product and can reduce the time it takes them from consumption to result, they will pay you more money. Not the same amount of money. They will pay you more. And this is true even if they could get that same information for free elsewhere. And let me prove it to you. I'll give you a real example of this. Say somebody wants to learn how to start their very own podcast. Now, they could go and spend 16 hours researching it on YouTube, and they could even listen to podcasts on podcasting, and they could ask ChatGPT a whole bunch of questions about it, and they can go to Google and say, how do I start a podcast? And then they could read through all the different results, and they can do all that. Or they could, pay you $97 for a step-by-step system that gets them launched in 2 hours. Just like that podcast launch. Guess which most people in a market would choose? They choose the buying decision every single time because it saves them time. Only a very few people would rather spend hours upon hours upon hours to get it for free as opposed to spending a little bit of money to get the result very quickly. And with Synthesize AI, and this is the game changer, we can create these products. We can create them faceless. We can create products where you don't have to be an expert in them yourself. And these products will be as good as any product on the market right now. And then we just point them at these speed opportunities. And we can develop these products in a lazy afternoon. And this is what was my big breakthrough in my $250 million plus digital product career. See, I was sitting in that little apartment. I was stressed about money when it hit me like a lightning bolt. I don't need to create a digital product that gets a better result. I don't need to create a digital product that gets a bigger result. I don't even have to create a digital product that gets a completely new result. I just have to get a faster result. That's all I have to do. Like Disneyland. Think about it. Your admission ticket into Disneyland, it lets you ride any ride that you want. You pay the fee, you go in there, the park is yours. You want to ride this ride? Go for it. You want to ride that ride? Go for it. You just got to stand in line. Sometimes for over 2 hours. If you want, though, you can throw a little extra money their way and buy a fast pass. And now you can ride the exact same ride. It's not a better ride. You get the exact same experience once you're on the ride. It's not a new experience. You just get to get on the ride a little faster, or in some cases, a lot faster. And many people happily pay for this premium. And they do so because time is the most valuable currency that we have. So I want you to write this down. A surefire way to win in the digital product world is to sell speed. So let me tell it to you in 2 words. Sell speed. Let me repeat it to you. Sell speed. And now you can sell. No, let me run it back one more time. Sell speed. Sorry, I got super excited there. And here's your $1 million formula. Find any product that people are already buying. And then tell Synthesize AI, create my version of that digital product, but just make them get the result promised 25% faster. That is a gold nugget. Okay, that just covered all of your investment over the last 4 days, that little secret right there. Say, that product over there that people are already buying that is getting success, create my version of that, just get them to that result faster. And we call this an edge. And that's it. That's the game, my friend. I've used this strategy dozens and dozens and dozens of times. So think about it this way. If somebody wants to learn Facebook ads, there's like 1,000 courses out there that will teach it to them. But what if I could teach you to set up your first profitable campaign in 30 minutes instead of 30 hours? It doesn't have to be better, just has to be faster. Or say you wanted to start a YouTube channel because everybody's teaching that these days. What if, though, instead of saying the normal way, you said, here's how you get your first 1,000 subscribers in a couple days instead of many, many different months? Not more subscribers, not more money, just sooner. There's a whole bunch of people out there that want to write a book, and there's plenty of courses that exist on that. What if you could show them how to finish their first draft in a weekend instead of a year? Not make a better book, just faster. You see the pattern? Same destination, faster route, higher price, if you wish. Now, I didn't start that way. I started really cheap because I was scared. But then I learned people will pay for speed. And this is what I did on my first digital product by accident. See, there were already solutions in the market that I was selling by people that were far more accomplished than me who had been doing it longer. But mine was just faster. It just cut right through the noise. It eliminated the confusion. It got people results in hours instead of weeks. And that $4 sale that I made on November 12, 2007, let me tell you about that exact moment and why it took me 6 months of pure agony. And now what I had to suffer 6 months before I was finally able to accomplish, you can do in less than 2 hours in a single day. See, I was a ghost writer, which is a fancy way of saying I was a literary prostitute. People paid me to write articles for them, so I go up to write this article on it, and then they would put their name on it, and they would take all the credit. They would pay me a small amount of money. They would get all the credit, and I would remain invisible. I was like a writing ninja, except it wasn't that cool. Now, the money as a ghostwriter was decent. You got to keep in mind, this was before the days of Fiverr and these crowdsource sites. And I was making, when I'd work really hard, $4,000 a month, which in Brentwood makes you absolutely homeless, which is where I live now. But in Iowa at the time, made me actually not that bad. I was a baller on a budget. But I was grinding 8 to 12 hours a day writing these articles to make it happen. And it was the classic time for money trap. I was on the hamster wheel of doom. And there was one thing, though, that I got really good at as a ghostwriter. I could write articles for clients really fast. So I figured out early that if I could write these articles faster than other ghostwriters, then I could just charge per the article instead of charge per the hour. And suddenly the math changed a little bit. So instead of being capped at something like $15 an hour, I could bang out 3 articles at $5 a piece, and I could make that $15 in half the time. So same work, better system. But I was still trading time for money. I was just a little faster at it. I was still breaking my back. I was still clickety-clackety, right? Still writing day in and day out like some sort of content factory worker, and I was getting burned out very quickly. Some days I'd fall asleep at my desk while writing an article. I'd be drooling literally on the keyboard as I would write an article on buckwheat pillows, or microdermabrasion or some weird esotopic tool. Real talk, I actually wrote articles on those topics, right? This was unsustainable, but I was scared to try anything else because we stay in the familiar even if it kills us. So ghostwriting was reliable, it was predictable, it was boring as hell, but it did pay the bills. And then one day, one fateful day, one amazingly incredible day, as I was bitching and moaning to a friend about how exhausted I was, he said something that forever changed. He says, dude, why don't you just teach people how you write so fast? And at first I was like, nah, that's ridiculous. Like, who the hell would want to learn from me on how to do that? I wasn't some famous author. I didn't have a best-selling book. I didn't have any book. I was just some rando who happened to be pretty fast at writing these articles. But the idea wouldn't leave my head because great ideas tend to stick around. You can shake them off, but they come back, right? Winston Churchill says the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it. Ignorance may deride it. But in the end, my friend, there it is. And so this truth haunted me for months as I kept thinking about it. What if? What if I could package up my write articles faster system? And what if I could churn this into a digital product, this expertise I had? And what if I could make money while I was asleep instead of grinding all days and only making money when I was awake? But I kept making excuses. Nobody would buy it. What if it sucks? What if people think that I'm a fraud? You know, that classic imposter syndrome BS. Finally, after 6 months of psyching myself up, after hundreds of hours of writing more articles, after convincing myself that I was ready, I worked up the guts to create my first digital product. And I was so overwhelmed by it that it was only 6 pages long because that was all I could manage. I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm just going to ship the minimum viable digital product that I can just to say that I did it because it's probably going to fail anyway. So let me just get it out of my system and move on with my life. And so I made this tiny little PDF that showed people my system for writing articles faster, not better, just faster, not more profitably, just faster. And I was so scared to price this thing that I charged only $4 for it, 4 George Washingtons, for something that would take me months to figure out and months more to work the courage up to put it into a digital product. And then I made it so cheap because I was terrified that nobody would buy it. And then I took out this tiny little ad on an online classified website. I spent $20 on this advertisement and held my breath. And the next day I woke up to something I'd never seen before. Money in my PayPal account from something that I didn't have to directly work upon to get from people that I'd never met, buying something I'd created once, and the money was coming in while I was sleeping. In one day, with this digital product, I made more money in that one day from that one little $4 product than I did the entire previous week writing articles for hours upon hours a day. Let that sink in, friend. One day of passive income beats a week of active grinding. Write that down. Let me run it back again. Let me say it again. One day of passive income beats a whole week of active grinding. And remember this. I didn't teach people how to do the thing better. I didn't promise them they would get bigger results. I didn't say they would be the next Hemingway or anything like that. I just showed them how to do it faster. That's it. Speed. That's it. I showed it to people that were already writing articles, and it was taking them much longer. And so they paid me $4 to cut their time in half. That was it. Boom, instant value. They were like, thank you so much. I practically robbed you by paying you only $4 because every time I write an article now, it takes me half the time. I doubled their output. Boom, instant value. And here's what blew my mind. Within a week, people started contacting me. They're like, Jason, bro, this is amazing. Do you have anything else for sale? And I'm like, uh-oh, I don't have anything else to sell these people. I better get on it. I better make some more digital products. They'd be like, how do you get traffic to these articles, Jason? Can you sell me a product on that? Or like, how do I leverage this to make money with these articles? Can you sell me a product on that? And suddenly I accidentally had a massive business of demand built up where people wanted to pay me money. And then it becomes really easy to create digital products once people say, as soon as you create that, I will put money in your hand. But it all started from a one tiny little 6-page PDF. Now, here's where this story gets really crazy and why you have a massive unfair advantage that I never had. What took me 6 months of mental torture to create, what required me to first become an expert in, what demanded hundreds of hours of trial and error for, you can now do in less than 2 hours with Synthesize AI. That's insane. In less than the time it takes you to watch a movie, you'd have a product that's 10 times better than my original. More comprehensive, more valuable, more professional, and fast. Without you needing to become an expert first, without spending months psyching yourself up, without years of trial and error. This is a game-changing moment. But unfortunately, 99 out of 100 entrepreneurs won't seize it. And you want to know why? Because they don't see the difference. They think that they still need to be experts. They think that they need to have all the answers. They think that they need the years of experience before they can create any digital products. And that's complete bullshit. I was the expert. I had spent the whole year figuring this thing out. And you don't have to do that. You have something better. You have AI that can synthesize the wisdom of dozens of experts, hundreds of experts. You can combine the best of different methodologies. You can fill in the gaps that you didn't know even existed before, and you can package it all up into something incredibly valuable in hours, not years. Here's what I wish someone would have told me back then, and write this thing down. Do it before you know how, because the act of doing it will give you more insight than any amount of study ever could. You can't learn how to swim in a seminar room. You have to get in the water. And if you make the right decision, guess what? You get immediately rewarded. The market will tell you, hey, you're onto something. Here's some money. I like you. What else you got, right? But success is often about making decisions right, more so than making the right decisions immediately. So you don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to start. Can you do that for me? Can you commit to me? Say, Jason Fladlien, I am going to start. This is the day everything changes. And with Synthesize AI, that means starting very, very easily, very effectively, and very quickly. Not next month, not when you feel ready, because spoiler alert, you will never feel ready at first. You will only feel ready after you do the thing, and not when you have to become an expert either. I'm talking today. The opportunity is right there in front of you. The opportunity isn't just knocking at your door. It's kicking in the fucking window and trying to shake you out of bed. And the question is this: are you going to be one of the 99 who still find a way to make an excuse that's greater than your future? Or are you going to be the one who takes action? And I'm coming at you a little hard because I care. And hopefully the authenticity of that shows that you can see where this is coming from. It's coming from a place of care and concern because I want the best in you. And here's where it gets really insane, because everything that tortured me back then is a non-issue for you today. I was completely wrapped up in whether my product would succeed or fail. I was losing sleep over it. I was stress eating. You should see pictures of me. Google them. Jason Fladlien, fat. You'll see some fat Jason Fladliens back in the day, right? I was checking my sales dashboard every 5 minutes like some sort of deranged day trader. And why? Because it was my name on it. It was by Jason Fladlien, and it was my face on it, and it was my reputation on the line for it. So if it flopped, I would take it personal and feel like everyone would think I was a fraud. But you don't have to put your name on it. You don't have to put your face on it. You don't have to put anything on it. You create products under any brand name you want. You test markets anonymously. You fail completely in privacy. You went under a pseudonym. You take zero personal risk. You put zero ego on the line, and you win. And I was freaking out because I didn't even know where to start. Because actually, that's the hardest process is, an object at rest stays at rest. Where do I go? How do I start? How do I start? But an object in motion stays in motion. So I didn't know where to start. What should I write about first? What should I structure? How should I structure it? What order should I put the information in? What should I include? Should I include examples or not? How long should it be? What if I forget something important? What if I mess up the flow? So I would just worry and agonize, and I would outline. It took me longer to outline the product than it did to create the product, because I would just, try it again, re-outline it and say, what about this and what about this? Second guessing every single decision. It was mental torture. Today, though, AI can assemble everything for you. It will tell you exactly where to start. It will tell you exactly what order to put in. It's like something straight out of a science fiction novel, except it's not fiction. It's reality. You tell it what result you want to help people achieve, or it even tells you which one is the best result to go after, and it creates a complete product outline with all the structure, with all the flow, the heading, the chapters, the objectives, everything, with examples, with exercises, and it does it in minutes, not weeks. And if you don't like it, if you say, run it back and just do it again. When you use this, you will get multiple different product topics, so you can run many of them and just pick the one you like the most. This is like having a team of expert instructional designers, digital product designers working for you 24/7 for free. And it gets better. All those ads and all that content that you need to promote the digital product, AI can do that too. It can create the content that converts and the posts that will go viral and the email follow-ups that can convert even more buyers and the scripts that will captivate and the landing pages that make them want to buy as often as possible from you. Everything you need to turn your product into a profit machine. This is what the right AI, not your mom's AI, not generic AI, but the right AI, this is what it can do for you. Other people, they try to do it like this. They use that free shit. Or they pay the whopping $20 a month subscription to a generic AI, and they say, hey, AI, make me money. And then, these basic subscriptions, even the $200 a month ChatGPT subscription can't do this. Listen to me very carefully. Those are general tools for general tasks. They're like trying to perform brain surgery with a butter knife. Sure, it's technically a knife, but you're going to make a bloody mess. The time you waste fighting with basic AI tools and the mediocre results you get from them and the countless hours of trial and error will cost you way more than investing in proper tools ever will. And the major point here is this: money loves speed, period. And you now have the ability to output more digital products faster than ever before, more so than ever before, at a higher quality than ever before. Doesn't that excite you? That's exciting. And here's the golden rule that made me millions. If you take any successful digital product and find a way to help buyers get the same result faster, you will get more buyers who will pay you more money, and they will do so more than you could ever imagine. Because time is the ultimate currency, and people will gladly exchange money to win back time every single time. Would you like the winning formula in a simple template? This is the exact formula that I used over and over again my first 2 years in the digital product business. Here it is. How to achieve a certain solution without normal pain point in, and this is the most important part, short, specific amount of time. So my first product was how to write a 400-word article, including proofreading and research, in 7 minutes or less. That's that exact template right there. The first product that I ever made that did six figures in a single month was how to set up a digital membership site in 6 minutes and 22 seconds using completely free tools. And at that time, that was a game changer. Same formula. And I did this over and over again. That's it. That's the same game. And this is still the formula that we work today in 2025. I've created over 100 different digital products in different industries, many industries, business to business, business to consumer, all the ones in between, following that exact same formula. Desired outcome plus eliminate the main objection plus speed. Write that down. This is a moneymaker for you. Desired outcome, eliminate the main objection, and add in speed. In my first full year in the digital product business, 2008, I made over $150,000 following that exact same template. And that was back when everything was way harder to do. There was no WAP to get you online for free. I had to learn how to do PHP to put a product online. There was no Facebook ads that you could buy. There was barely anyone on YouTube. I tried to be on YouTube back then, and I'm like, this sucks. This weird site will never go anywhere, right? Instagram didn't exist. TikTok was just a sound an old clock made, and the majority of money was still being spent offline. People were buying more physical books than digital books. Netflix was freaking mailing DVDs in the mail when I was doing this, right? It was like doing business in the Stone Age. And today, though, all the money is moving online. Everything is automated. Everything is instant. Everything is scalable. The infrastructure exists to make you rich. And the audience is there waiting. And the payment systems at WAP are free to access and set up in minutes. And the traffic sources are more abundant than ever. You literally just need to show up with a valuable product. And the template that I just gave you, that's your shortcut to valuable. Now, would you like to kick it up another level? Would you like to stack the deck even further in your favor? Do you want to make success even more compelling, even more immediate, even more dramatic? Would you like that? Well, here's exactly how to do it. I'm about to tell you a crazy story to set up this next point, just so you can understand how valuable it is. And this is a very hard to believe story, so I brought the receipts to prove it. You ready for this? Here's the story, from monk to millions. See, when I was 20 years old, my life was a complete disaster. I'm talking like rock bottom. The only thing I had going for me was that I'd been a rapper since I was like 7 years old. That was my dream. That was my obsession. That was my escape, is I would write raps and I would perform them at like middle school dance parties and weird venues like that. And all I wanted to do was make music. I wanted to put a record out there, and I wanted to tour all over the world. And here's the thing about that, though. I grew up in an environment that really didn't allow for that to happen. I grew up around drug dealers. I grew up around drug addicts. Most of them were family members, and they brought with them danger and chaos. So that's what I was used to experiencing on a daily basis. I had family members coming and going in and out of prison like it was a revolving door, including my very own mother. She did 6 years in federal prison while I was growing up. 6 years behind bars where I couldn't see her. So while other kids were being sent off to college with that one big last going away party, my mom was on the run from the feds. While other kids were worried about prom, I was worried about bringing a girl over to the house because we had cockroaches. And they would run out. Every time you flip the light switch on, they would scatter. And so I couldn't even bring a girl home. So there I was at 20, depressed as hell, anxiety through the roof, having panic attacks every single day, trying to make this music and never getting anywhere with it. I was stuck, I was spinning my wheels, and I was going nowhere fast. And since I had nothing left to lose, I was desperate. I did something that shocked everyone who knew me. I became a Hare Krishna monk. Shout out to Jay Shetty. You wouldn't believe it, but there's the picture right there. There I was at 20 years old when I became a Hare Krishna monk. I shaved my head. I became a vegetarian, still am, and I chanted hours every single day, 2 to 3, 4 hours of chanting every single day. I did the whole 9 yards. I'd meditate for the first half of the day, and then I'd use that spiritual refocus so I could go hard the second half of the day on the music. It really cleared me up. It gave me purpose. It gave me passion. It made my head right so the anxiety went away and I could focus. It was the craziest combination that you'd ever seen. Monk by morning, rapper by night. And it worked until it didn't, okay? So, I dropped my CD right when people quit selling or buying CDs, of course, timing couldn't have been any worse. And I couldn't get it going anywhere. Radio stations wouldn't play it. Record labels wouldn't touch it. Nobody showed up at the shows. I played so many shows for 3 people or 4 people or 0 people in some instances at a time, and all sorts of different crazy and sometimes dangerous places. And I'm like, what do I do? So I started studying business, and I started studying marketing to figure out what I was doing wrong. And here's what I discovered, and this is how winning works. You consistently show up, and eventually you run out of ways to lose. And that's how you win. Because I discovered that I love this marketing stuff more than I ever loved the music. Who would have known? And it's amazing how if you keep moving forward, the path will reveal itself. And here's the real point of the story. This is all a big elaborate setup just to make one very specific point. Here's why I'm telling you about my monk days. Specificity. It is one of the most valuable things that you can do, especially at the beginning of your digital product success. Go ultra specific, okay? So, example, say you wanted to create a digital product that was a cookbook. You might very well make the best general cookbook in the entire world that's ever existed. Michelin star recipes, professional photography, perfect layout, the whole 9 yards, right? And you probably wouldn't sell any of it. It would be very difficult for you to sell. Do you want to know why? Because it's too broad. There are a million cookbooks out there. You'd be a tiny little fish in an ocean of competition. Good luck getting noticed. Now, you could get a little bit more specific. You could be a keto cookbook, or you could be a Mediterranean diet cookbook, and that's better, but it's not good enough. You're a smaller pond, but still too big of a pond. Now, here is where the magic happens, though. If you just add one more layer of specificity to this, all of a sudden everything changes. You go ultra specific, like this Hare Krishna vegetarian cookbook that you see on your screen right now. This is a real, legit cookbook. I've bought it on 3 separate occasions for myself, and I bought it many more times for other people as well. Hare Krishna vegetarian cooking. That is a unique value zone right there. Now, it's 95% the same as a regular vegetarian cookbook. Hare Krishnas, we don't eat onions and we don't eat garlic. And there's like foods in the mode of passion and the mode of goodness. So there's a little nuance to it, but AI can figure all that stuff out. Just a little bit different, but not that much different. The ingredients that align with spiritual practices and, recipes that are Americanized from the Indian roots, because Hare Krishna comes from India and Americans are like, what are these samosas? I don't know how to make those kind of things. So cultural context and regular vegetarian cookbooks would not nail this. And so while there are thousands of vegetarian cookbooks out there, there are only a couple of Hare Krishna cookbooks, maybe 3 or 4 in the entire world. And there's a built-in market of people who will buy that book because there are millions of Hare Krishnas, believe it or not. So see what happened? When you go ultra specific, you get 3 massive advantages. Here's the first one. Write these down. 1, built-in audience. They're easy to reach and get attention from. 2, minimum competition. You're often the only solution. 3, higher prices if you wish to, because specificity commands premium pricing. The brain surgeon makes more than the general ear, nose, and throat doctor ever does, right? Think about it like this. If you create a pet training guide for every dog that's out there that's boring, that's generic, that's forgettable. If you create one specifically for working class dogs, that's better, smaller market, but still we want to get more focused than that. So if you create one specifically for German Shepherds using positive reinforcement only training methods, now you're on to something, my friend. You're speaking an exact language, solving an exact problem, understanding exact values of the audience. They will pay more for that, and they will buy it quicker, and they'll be easier to reach than if you just did general dog training, right? Because you get them, and they understand that. It's like calling them out by name. Now, here's the formula that made me millions with this. Broad market plus specific method plus specific audience within that broad market. That is gold. Capture that, right? Man, AI allows you to do this so easy. We'll uncover these for you, and then it will create the digital product within that specificity, okay? So let me give you some examples. Weight loss plus intermittent fasting plus busy moms equals intermittent fasting guide for busy moms. Guitar lessons plus finger picking plus folk music equals finger picking guitar for folk musicians. Business advice plus e-commerce plus organic products equals e-commerce for organic product entrepreneurs. Pretty clever, isn't it? Really effective. See how this works? You're not trying to be everything to everyone. You're being the solution for someone specifically. And that someone specifically will pay you handsomely for understanding them so well. You say, oh, you made this for me. Wow. Now, when you combine it with speed, remember the first formula? And then you run it through both AIs, synthesize to create the product, and Ghostwriter OS to create the ads and the content for the product. You've booked a one-way ticket to life-changing profits. Congratulations. Nice to meet you. And this is why you can start so specific and so narrow and so focused on such a small audience, an audience that's desperate in need, and you can absolutely win the day for them. Transform their lives, change their lives, transform their results, and earn good money doing that. And that's the best feeling. You get paid because you're bringing genuine value. What a good feeling. I hope you experience that very soon. It transforms both you and the market in the process. And here's the beautiful part. You don't stay small forever. Once you've dominated that little niche, once you've proven that you can create real value, once you become the go-to for that specific problem, then you level up. You level up. You go from German Shepherd positive reinforcement training to positive reinforcement training for all working dogs. So you get there. You get to broad. The fastest way to get to broad is to start specifically. You go from intermittent fasting for busy moms to intermittent fasting for busy parents. You go from e-commerce for organic product entrepreneurs just to e-commerce for health and wellness brands. You level up. Each level gets you access to a bigger market. If you want to climb Mount Everest, which I don't recommend, you can't go straight to the top. You got to acclimate yourself. You go up a little bit, then you rest. You go up a little bit, then you come down. Then you go up a little bit more, then you come down, right? This is the same thing, only you get a small win, and then you go up a little bit. Then you get another win, and you go up a little bit. And pretty soon, they're like, wow, what an overnight success you are, right? You get more customers, more revenue, more impact, and soon you're reaching millions of people, all because you started by focusing on and truly serving just a few people. The key to all of the market is to start with just a few specifically within the market. And this is something that everybody seems to miss. They want to start big. They want to scale from day one. They want to reach everyone immediately. That's like trying to plant a giant oak tree. Like a full-grown oak tree. Let me just put it in the ground. Ta-da, there's the tree. It doesn't work that way. You start with a tiny little acorn. You put it in the soil. You water it. You protect it. You give it a little bit of time to grow, and eventually it roots itself, and it builds strong branches, and it can weather the storm, and it can provide shade and shelter for thousands of people, and it all started with a tiny little acorn. And, trees take a while to grow from an acorn, but your ultra-specific digital product can grow very quickly from that small, very specific first version of it. So plant that, nurture it, let it grow, watch what happens. The tiny acorns you plant today grow the giant oak trees of tomorrow. Write that down. Everything big starts small. Every empire begins with a single decision. Every movement starts with one person caring enough to take action. And this is why I stay with you for hours at a time during these trainings. We go hard because this is what's at stake. This is why I pour my heart out, sharing stories with you, some of them that I've never told before. Many of them are very vulnerable. This is why I work with only the absolute best people like Iman, who's got the best deal for you on everything you're about to get, because I've seen what happens when someone truly grasps these concepts that I would love for you to learn. I've watched people go from broke and desperate to financially free and fulfilled. I've seen these tiny acorns become mighty oaks, and I want that for you. And not just because I'm like a good, kind-hearted person, which usually I am. I want you to win and succeed, because when you build something meaningful, it proves that this stuff actually works. That's what I want. I want to validate it. I want you to validate these concepts in the real world. I want you to get results, and we can create case studies from those results to inspire others. I want to build a community of winners so we can support each other. I want to design something where everyone wins, which brings me to the final principle. And this is the one that separates the one-hit wonders from the empire builders, right? This is the ones that separate those that maybe get lucky once and those that consistently bring money in and day out. And it's this, consistency. That's what it is. That's the third principle. So write that down. We have speed, we have specificity, and now we have consistency. So here's how you put it together and start printing money. When you take the speed approach, developing digital products that shorten the time from action to result, and then you get ultra specific with those products, finding an audience within an audience within an audience, and then you repeat this process for as long as it takes until you hit a gusher. That's the last piece. Hit a gusher. You say, Jason, what the hell do you mean by gusher? Okay. So on the flight over here from LA, I was watching the Netflix series about the Dallas Cowboys. It's fascinating. And it starts with the story of this guy named Jerry Jones, this, guy from Arkansas, very strange guy. And he was trying to make it big in the oil game back in the day. So he was drilling all these oil wells. And he spent all of his money looking for oil wells because he knew if he found the right one, he would make so much money that he could buy a professional sports team. And here's the thing about Jerry. By the time that he was down to his last dollar, he says, this next oil well, if it doesn't hit, I am broke. I will go bankrupt. Game over, life ruin. And so that last one, when it was all on the table, it did hit. And he says the oil came out of it so loud, you could hear it. It came screaming out of the ground. They called it a gusher. They called it gushed right out of the ground. And that allowed Jerry Jones at the time to spend more than anyone had ever spent to buy a professional sports team, which was the Dallas Cowboys, from one oil well, from one single gusher, okay? Now, these are your digital oil fields, okay? By consistently putting out digital products every single day, it's exactly like drilling for oil. Some fields are more fertile than others, but it's impossible to know which ones until you start drilling. You might drill in 10 spots and find nothing. Then that 11th spot, boom, gusher, life changed forever. So if you commit to consistently publishing digital products, which you can do for free on WAP, then quantity becomes its own quality. Write that down. Quantity can become its own quality. What I mean is you're accelerating the time curve to hit that gold mine, that one digital product that makes you so much money, it almost feels wrong. And I can't predict exactly when that will happen for you because I've collected over 150,000 customers in 131 countries throughout my digital career. And for some of those customers, they get lucky and it hits on the first product. And for others, it takes just a few more products. And for others, it takes maybe just a little bit more. So I don't know exactly when it will show up for you, but I can say with absolute certainty in front of you today, brothers and sisters, it will happen, provided you consistently publish digital products on a regular basis. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Especially if you're surrounded by like-minded people committed to doing the same. See, in 2008, I did what was considered impossible back then. I set a goal to put out a product every 2 weeks in 2008. I said, I'm going to commit to that for a year straight. A product every 2 weeks. That meant 26 products in a single year. And everyone told me I couldn't do it. And everyone believed that I was insane. They said, Jason, you'll burn out. They'll say, Jason, the products aren't going to be that good. They'll say, Jason, nobody can maintain that pace. If you want to know you're doing something right, here's a clue. When the people around you who are at your level tell you not to do it, that's the clue that you should do it. Because if you don't do it, then you'll stay at that same level, okay? So I'm like, blah, 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 whatever. And I did it anyway. I said, I hear you. I appreciate your feedback. And I want to do it. So I'm going to do it anyway. And you know what happened? Product number 11 went absolutely insane. I'm about halfway through the year, and that one product made me more money than all the other products combined. And then I never had to do that pace again. I've never published digital products at that pace anymore. I doubled down on that one gusher, put more gas on its fire, and scaled that bitch to the moon. And ever since then, every few years, I get another one. Another product that just hits different. Like the one that did $9.8 million in 8 days and then produced millions more for years to come. Or the product that pulled $57.9 million in its first 226 days. Or the product that every time we put it on the market, it would flush out at least $1 million. And we did that 6 times in a row. Because here's the thing. In between these gushers, it's still business as usual. I'm still putting out digital products here and there that are making good clips of cash on a consistent basis that allows me to live life to the fullest, go where I want, be who I want, not who I have to settle for. And I don't even care if I go blind because I don't have to see the price tag anymore. And I did all this when the pie was smaller and the effort was greater, when the cost to get in was higher, and when I had to blaze the damn trails like a pioneer because no one had paved them before. You, though, you get to stand on my shoulders. You get to go further. And I bless you to do so. I encourage you to do so. Please do so. Because any sincere coach out there wants their players to surpass their own accomplishments. I want you to break every record that I've set. I want you to go farther than I've gone. I want you to do more than I've done. Why? Because I want you to make the world a better place for my children than it was for me. That's my real motivation. That's why I'm here. That's why I share these stories. That's why I give you everything that I got. And I would love for us to formally take part in helping you more when you'll make the investment in yourself today. And I brought a couple extra goodies. Yes, sir. Some bonuses that I would like to offer you as well from my own little treasure trove of assets, okay? Now, whether you've already said yes to monetize, or if today is the day you finally join us, there's a gusher out there for you waiting. The only question is, are you ready to start drilling? Or are you going to spend another year wondering what if? The choice is yours. And I know what I'd do if I were in your shoes. And here's how we can help. Iman has put together the greatest offer I've ever seen for getting in the digital product game. And I'm adding in 2 of my own very special presentation-only bonuses to it today. So if you sign up or have already signed up before we finish today's session, you're going to get these new bonuses, which I'll reveal shortly. Last time we opened up Monetize, by the way, in May, these were the results. $8.9 million in the first 90 days in sales. And we've made the offer even better this time. And I've sweetened it even further for today only with my own special bonuses you'll get if you sign up before the end of the session. More on those shortly. First, let's talk about the core of what you get with Monetize. At its heart is this: the 4-step system to create profitable, non-expert digital products from zero using specialized AI. This exact steps, these 4 steps are what our users took to generate over $8.9 million with their digital products in the first 90 days. And they are how to develop your product with specialized AI, how to monetize it, how to deliver it without lifting a finger, and how to scale it once you have proof of concept. Those are the 4 steps that Monetize will show you one after the other. This system is specifically designed to help you create non-expert digital products. And with this, you could have your first digital product created and ready to test by the end of this week. So even complete beginners can succeed with this, like Armando, who flew all the way from Texas to Dubai to be here with, and who I interviewed the other day. He went from nothing, 18-year-old construction worker seeing his dad suffering, to making so much money. In 1 year, he retired his dad. Isn't that insane? So what if you had access to the exact same monetization system used by virtually every single person that ended up in this leaderboard the last time we hosted this challenge? And what if you also had these absolute insane bonuses that we're including on top of the core 4-step system you get within Monetize? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Like our first bonus, Synthesize AI 3.0. This thing is a beast. This is the world's most powerful digital product creation system. It synthesizes for any digital product 150 plus real-world sources into a simple step-by-step solution on any digital topic where it would make sense to sell a digital product. More importantly, Synthesize AI is specifically designed to help you create products that do not require you to be the expert. That's why this tool goes for $2,999 a year when it's available. And here's the best part. You get unlimited access to it at no extra cost to you as part of your monetized membership site. With Synthesize AI, you can create ready-to-launch products, non-expert digital products within 40 minutes so that you can test any idea risk-free and only invest your time in products that actually make you money. And that's just our first bonus. Here's our second bonus. I love this bonus. Ghostwriter OS. In the first year alone, Iman has written over $1 million to make this available to you. That's his cost. It's been over 7 figures to be able to distribute this bonus to you. This is a specialized AI tool that creates the content to attract buyers to your digital products and turns them into buyers. It uses AI agents, over 35 of them. It's incredible. It's like 35 employees that are trained on specific tasks to help start and grow your digital business. Outside of monetized users, the yearly fee is almost $3,000 to use Ghostwriter OS. It's yours for free for the short while that Monetize is open during this challenge. And that's our second bonus. Then here's our third bonus, the perfect product insurance policy. If you don't make your first digital product sell within 60 days of joining Monetize, Iman's personal team will step in and perform a complete diagnostic review on your digital product and your monetization strategy. They'll examine every detail, your product topic, the packaging and formatting of it, the pricing strategy, the monetization strategy, and more. And then you'll get delivered a personalized action plan telling you exactly what you need to do in order to get your first sell. And this is done by the same team that services the $25,000, the $100,000, and even the $250,000 clients at Iman's consulting firm. Now, here's what's really important about that first sale. Here's the numbers. We have them. We need you to get that first sales because our users who are able to make one sell on average generated $60,003 in earnings. If you can just get that one sell, this is what the results can be. And that's our third bonus. Then here's our fourth bonus right here, the digital product formula. This one is really cool. Iman sat down and recorded a complete implementation training of the 4-step process with every single detail, click, and strategy from developing your first product to your first sale to scaling it to tens of thousands a month. It's all been captured for you to go through. You'll watch over his shoulder as he builds actual digital products, every shortcut, every breakthrough moment that separates the winners from everybody else. From the man himself who's generated over $100 million in digital product sales. And just so you understand, Iman has about 50 people who pay him $25,000 or more for his mastermind. And in that mastermind, they spend 3 days dissecting this exact system in excruciating detail that you get for free as a bonus. Now check out this next bonus. It's called Monetize Mania, and I freaking love it. It's a 90-day competition where all the top digital product sellers inside of Digital Monetize, you can be on the same leaderboard with them. And $350,000 in prizes are up for grabs. The grand prize is a $40,000 Patek Philippe watch, the same watch that most billionaires wear and world leaders, and even little old Jason Fladlin. My wife bought me this Patek. It's my favorite watch, okay? So if you're number one, you get that. If your position's 2 through 5 in the leaderboard, when the launch starts, everybody starts from scratch, and we sprint for 90 days. If you're the number 2 through 5, you get a $10,000 Rolex each, because success should be celebrated and worn with pride. Positions 6 through 10, we have 5 Cartiers, one of the most iconic watches ever created. And it was actually the first major watch that I ever bought to signify to myself that I had finally made it. So those are the top 10 prizes. And everyone in the top 10 gets a ticket to Iman's exclusive $25,000 mastermind, where you 10 people will get to fly out to Dubai and be in a room with people who have collectively earned hundreds of millions of dollars from digital products. Last time this contest was run, it produced nearly $9 million in sales in 90 days. And I am confident that this time around, it will produce even more. So can you commit to this for 90 days? We want you to commit to this for 90 days, because the more you commit to this and the more successful you are, the better we are, because Iman owns WAP. And when you publish products through WAPs, he gets a tiny little percent. of every sale that comes in. So this is why we do this, okay? So you get the unlimited access to Synthesize AI, the tool that will create your digital product for you. You get Ghostwriter OS, the AI that will create all the assets you need to have a wildly profitable monetization system. You get the 60-day success safety net, where Iman's personal team will step in and perform a diagnostic review of your product if it doesn't make its first sale in its first 60 days. You get the digital product formula, where Iman will walk you through the 4-step system as you watch over his shoulder as he builds actual digital products live. And you get to compete in Monetize Mania, where everyone starts from scratch and they sprint for 90 days to see who can be at the top of the leaderboard, where there's $350,000 in prizes up for grab. Plus, you get this next incredible bonus: 7 digital product coaching sessions. Not in total 7. No. 7 a week for the next 52 weeks. 7 sessions per week for 52 weeks. See, the last time that we ran people through Monetize, we tracked every single struggle or challenge or point that they came across where they needed some help or they needed some coaching from. And this is why we now have designed the coaching program to address any and all of these common obstacles, plus any other ones you may occur along the way. So you get 52 weeks of group coaching sessions covering everything you need to be successful with digital products. And you get this completely for free when you join Monetize today. Plus, I got 2 special bonuses available too. Here's the first one. I love this one. It's called Prosperity Algorithm, and this is my life's work. See, everything has an algorithm, and if you crack it, you win. So if you want to create powerful presentations like I did today, I cracked that algorithm. I know how to do this, and I am the very best at it, and this is why brands bring me in to help them with their businesses. Amazon had an algorithm and how they rank their products in the search results, and I cracked it so thoroughly that they had to change their terms of service. And affiliate marketing has an algorithm, and I smashed through that so well, I still hold the record for the biggest affiliate promotion of all time. And I will teach you my personal algorithm for prosperity, because prosperity has an algorithm. So you can have wealth in all areas of your life. And here's a small glimpse at what you get. I help you uncover the value of purpose. I show you schemas, which is my secret weapon. This is how I'm so useful to the people that I coach and train and teach. We reorganize their schemas and we make things happen that used to seem impossible. Framing, everything can be done if it's put into the right frame. I will teach you frames. I will teach you how to build compulsion so success becomes inevitable. I will break down everything that I know about leverage to you. I will show you how to harness intuition effectively. And I will teach you all these secrets, as well as how I was able to go from adversity to grow up to becoming one of the most sought after, maybe the most sought after people in my field, reaching success in finances and all other areas of prosperity in my life as well. This bonus is yours for free. It's a whole training program, as long as you sign up before the end of the presentation today. This is my life's work, and it's typically only available for my high-end clients. And that's my first bonus. And then here's my second bonus. This one is freaking awesome. It's called Offer Modalities. So a modality is a different way in which you can deliver a digital product. So there's multiple different ways you can package up information and put it into different various types of digital products. And here's what I did. I went through the 18 years of my success, the over $300 million in digital product sales, and I looked at every offer that I was ever a part of, what made it good, and I isolated every single element, and I put it into a Notion doc that I then use for every single client that I advise and work with. Would you like that Notion doc? Would you like me to walk you through it live on a training privately held, where I will do it alongside of you and then record it, give you the recording of that training, give you the assets so you can see literally every secret that I have ever had with actual digital products, which have set all the records in the space, including this one. One of the reasons that Iman brought me in is to help him structure his offering for this digital product, which is Monetize. And he broke WAP's record as a result for sales in 24 hours, 48 hours, 7 days, and 30 days. He broke the 30-day sales record in 48 hours and 19 minutes. That's how powerful this stuff is. And so I have a collection of these secrets waiting for you. This is something I do not sell on the open market. I use it with the clients, the super successful clients all over the world, okay? And so, Iman posted this on his Instagram. You can see it one day. He says, I hold all the records, and I've been part of all the records in the space, and it comes from these secrets, which are otherwise only reserved for my top clients. And I'm going to train you on that privately, live, in a Zoom session where we can interact, ask questions, and I will go through it with you step by step. Now, here's the catch. These 2 bonuses are only available if you sign up before the end of this webinar that we're doing here today. Once this presentation today is over with, I'm going to pull these 2 bonuses back. They're very, very valuable. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to sign up by clicking on the link that I'm about to drop in the live chat here on YouTube in 3, 2, 1. Boom, baby. You should see that popping up in the chat right now, pinned to the top. Or if you prefer, you can go to straight joiniman.com. Just type joiniman.com into your favorite browser. Regardless of how you get there, it will take you to a page where you can go ahead and sign up. And then when you get to the checkout page, you will have a variety of options in which you can choose how you can invest. So make the investment. Let's start building your first non-expert digital product here today. Plus, remember, you're backed by the work with you until you win guarantee. And I love this. It's simple. You have to 10x your investment here today with Monetize, with your digital product. And until you do, we will keep working with you, period. We will do whatever it takes to continue to provide support, access, and resources until you 10x the investment that you make today. That means that we will never ask you for another dollar for an update. It means that we will keep coaching you. It means that we will give you updates to new programs, and we will continue to support you until you hit that 10x investment mark. And then once you hit that, this is how it goes into crazy mode and takes on a life of its own. So really, you only have 2 options here today. Either you succeed once you invest and monetize and make at least 10x your investment, or we keep working with you until you do. And in addition to that, your investment is also protected by a 7-day, no questions asked refund policy. Just write support@monetize.com if this isn't for you and you want your money back. Now, when you go to joiniman.com, check the financing options in the checkout. There's the link. It's pinned at the top there. You can go through there. You can sign up. And when you sign up before we end here today, I'm going to give you 2 extra special bonuses from my secret treasure trove. And these aren't like products I sell. These are things I use to be extremely successful in what I do. So here's what's going to happen next. I would love for you to sign up. We're going to answer some questions. Iman's going to come right back in here very shortly. We're going to sit down here. We're going to have a conversation with you. I got a very special guest. I was just talking with her before I came up. Her story is very powerful, and I want you to hear it, of how she started in the digital product business and what her results are. So I'm going to do a short interview with her as well. And then you know the name of the game, my friend. I stay. I coach. I consult. I help you make decisions, and I try to do so from the objective thing of what is in your best interest, and we can have some fun with that as well. And all of this, of course, as we're live at joiniman.com, you can get my special bonuses as well. So as Iman comes up here and gets ready to settle in, here's what I want you to know. I want you to know that we are tracking your questions specifically. We're putting them in a document like we do every day. And I'm going to go even harder on them today to get through more of them than I did even yesterday. So get your favorite beverage, get comfortable. There's the man right there. My man, my man. Whoa.
Got too excited.
Yeah.
There we go, there we go. All right, all right. Let's see, let's
Pull up some of the chat.
Lovely. First thing first, you absolutely killed that.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, give up a massive round of applause, digital round of applause for the man, the myth, the legend. Let's see a lot of love in the comments. Amazing, amazing, amazing. There we go, 0.44.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
W Jason, yes.
Yeah.
Jason was awesome. W Jason, W Jason. Love it, love to see it. Thanks, Jason. Yes, he did so good. Thank you, Jason. Amazing, amazing. Nothing but love.
Wow.
Beautiful, you're awesome. You are indeed. We love you, Jason. God bless you.
Oh, thank you.
Incredible.
Nice. Killed it.
Even more incredible is the bonuses you gave them. And even more incredible than that is our guest for today.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Very, very fascinating story. We were just chatting downstairs a little bit earlier. Yeah, actually, no, I don't want to spoil too much, but like, just a perfect case of just getting it done, getting out there, shipping the first product, and understanding that your first product is not the final evolution of what it will become, and it will become an iterative process. And like, yes, I don't want to ruin too much. I don't want to ruin too much.
All right, Iman, I'm going to go grab a water real quick.
Of course.
And then I'll bring the guest up, and then we'll start working through some questions. Is that cool?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome.
I'll hold the floor for 5 minutes.
Sounds
and
good,
we'll see
my
you
friend.
soon. All right. 2 mics. All right. Well, ladies and gents, we got 5 minutes to hang out. I'll go through the comments. Good evening, Jason Eman. Beautiful. I see here some people are saying, what about the people who joined earlier? Listen, I have said this 101 times, and I will say it again. We, like our ethos at Monetize and the way that our companies run, is we keep over-delivering again and again and again and again, and that is your experience as a customer. So if you bought yesterday, if you bought the day before, if you bought the day prior to that, and you're like, oh, but I didn't know I was getting this when I purchased. Correct. You didn't know, but it's a special added bonus. So if you bought yesterday, congratulations, you get this as well. And if you enroll in Monetize today, then of course, by the end of today's stream, you will also get Jason's incredible, spectacular bonuses. Welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, Eman, should I stay in this live or watch Rebecca's live in Monetize? If you're inside Monetize already, go hang out with Rebecca inside Monetize. I think Rebecca and a bunch of my team is always doing welcoming calls, because I know that, when you guys join Monetize, you're like, oh, well, like this is new, this is exciting, this is fresh. So we've always got a live stream. So whenever you join, like you can literally pop in this live stream, you can speak to Rebecca, you can speak to Samantha, you can speak to my entire team, because they're constantly doing like these live streams, like almost 24/7. So that way you're always welcomed when you join. By the way, out of curiosity, I just want to see in the comments, what was your favorite part of today's presentation? I want to know your favorite part from Jason's presentation. I'm very curious. I would love to know, what was the main nugget? What was the main, golden piece that you took away from Jason's presentation? Speed, Jason's story. Listen, Jason is a character. Jason is an absolute character. The way he explained everything so detailed, correct. Jason's personal story. By the way, someone asked as well, is if you bought Monetize during the last event, do you get Jason's bonus? Yes, you do. Congratulations. His story, shout out to him. It was motivational. Jason's personal story, knowledge, Jason's formula. His story was very thorough. Speed equals money. This is true. And one thing I love about Jason is, and you're going to see this with our special guest here today as well, is just sometimes like this can be your worst enemy. Okay. This can have you overthinking and fretting and tossing and turning and thinking that everything needs to be perfect. But the truth is, you just need to get it out. All right. Speed beats everything. His explanation is story speed. Correct. Speed. A lot of speeds. Not to give up. And I can tell you, Jason is a perfect example of that. Speed, consistency, specificity. This is interesting. The chat goes so quick, sometimes it's hard to keep up. For me, it was the quote, "Do it before you know how, because the act of doing it will give you more insight than any amount of studying ever could."
I'll repeat that once again. It was the quote, "Do it before you know how, because the act of doing it will give you more insight than any amount of studying ever could." And that's true. Listen, I'm sure we've all had it in our lives. We've all had that thing, that like monster, that dragon, where we're like, we put things off for days, weeks, months, maybe even years. And the longer and longer we put this thing off, like the more tension and the more pressure we have surrounding this topic and surrounding this thing. And then it's so funny and it's crazy. We'll get onto it and we'll start doing this thing. And then the thing that we spent 5 weeks worrying and fretting about, we do it and it takes 5 minutes. And we're like, did I just really spend 5 weeks thinking about the thing that could have been done in 5 minutes? And that's why I always have a rule for myself. Anything that takes less than 10 minutes. And I know, people say, oh, if you're in flow, don't break up your flow. But listen, if you're already starting to think about something, that's already broken your flow. Like you're already out of flow, or you're already out of focus, or you're already kind of out of the zone. If something's come into your mind and it's consuming your mind. So for me, if anything takes less than 10 minutes, I just do it there and then. Okay, especially if it takes less than 5 minutes, I just do it there then, because you need to understand, like, your brain is kind of like a computer. There's only a certain amount of RAM that you have. There's only so many amount of computational tasks you're gonna have running at a time, and it's so good just to clear out any of these background things in your mind and just get them off your plate. Someone says, notice how there's only 6K in the live. Yeah, and I want you guys to take heed of that, and I want you guys to give yourself a massive round of applause for that, because you are correct. We start off with 80 and here we are with 6, and that goes to show that your guys' level of commitment and dedication, and that says a lot about you.
Hey, hey.
Hello, Jason, welcome back.
I'm back. We got our guest. Anaya is going to be joining here shortly. She's with her husband, Bryce. They're going to roll in here, and we're going to break it down. We're going to ask them some questions. I'm super excited.
Incredible. Do we need another chair?
Yeah, I think we have one right out there that we can bring in. Luis.
Amazing.
Yeah, just bring it on in right now, my friend. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, good sir.
Awesome.
Lovely.
With this one.
How you want to do this?
I think like this.
Cool. We'll do it like that.
Awesome.
Yeah? All right. We'll leave you guys to it.
Thank you, boss. All right. Now we're playing some musical chairs. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to bring in our special guest. Her name is Anaya. She came all the way over from Las Vegas. She started in a digital product business and really blew it up. Like, we're talking 7 figures in success. Her story is very interesting, and I'm super excited to dive into it with you. So everybody give some love in the chat for Anaya, and she has her husband here, Bryce, as well. Let's give it up. Come on in. Woo! We need to play like sound music and everything like that. Hello. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Yay. All right, everyone. What we're going to do here is we're going to spend a few minutes, and it's important, and it was so interesting what you were saying downstairs, Anaya, because you watched the stream the other day, right? And you saw Armando?
Yeah.
And you were like listening, and you're like, it was so nice to hear his story. And she was talking about how it was insightful and how it can be useful. And now we get to hear your story.
Yeah, fine.
And I know that people will resonate with it because your experience is different than mine. It's different than Iman's. It's different than everybody's, because everybody wins in their own kind of way. So let's go back to the beginning. When did you publish your first digital product?
My first digital product was probably about 4 years ago.
Wow.
It was a $50 course that we made on Canva, and we published it on this site called Gumroad. But it wasn't any like professional editing, no cameras. It wasn't like me posting. I'm super shy, so even like that was all very new to me. So we literally just like stayed up all night. We were making an Airbnb course on Canva, and
Wow.
$50.
So you were doing Airbnb before that?
Yeah, so my digital products are centered around short-term rentals, just teaching other people how they can start. In the first 24 hours, the $50 course made $800. So
So you were retiring off of that. What made you want to create that digital product?
Honestly, Bryson learned a bit about digital products, and once we started seeing success with our Airbnbs and just realizing that I was 19, I didn't have a college degree. I went to university and then I actually dropped out. And just seeing just going through the whole journey and seeing success with our short-term rentals, we realized that if we were able to get from point A to B, even if we weren't perfect yet, then there was someone else that could learn from that as well. So
Nice. So it came from service more than anything, that you could teach somebody else to not make the mistakes you did and to do it quicker, better than you. Is that fair to say?
yeah. And I was really nervous, especially because I'm like, we're not perfect at this, but I realized starting short-term rentals took me from, X amount of money to X amount. I used to be a nanny, so I was nannying,
nice.
and then I lost my nannying job. We went all in on Airbnb, and seeing what it did for me and it genuinely changed my mindset. I was like, okay, even if I'm not perfect, just helping someone else get to the next stepping stone is enough. And
So your first product, you sold it for $50, is that right?
yeah, $50.
Whoa, get crazy with it here. Roughly how long was it, and what was the makeup of it, so everybody can understand that?
How long was it?
Was it like 5 videos, 20 pages? It was done in Canva, I think, right?
Yeah.
So was it a written course?
Yeah, it was just like typed up slides on Canva. It was maybe like anywhere from like 50 to 80 slides. We spent a couple days working on it, and then the night before we like launched it, and our launch was like a very soft launch. It was just Instagram, post a story, DM a couple people.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, 24 hours, we were just really working on it all night, and we were able to launch it.
So it wasn't too overly complex, comprehensive, not a lot of moving parts, pretty simple.
It was pretty simple.
That's awesome.
As we grew, we definitely evolved, but you don't have to start with like a big complex thing. We literally, Canva, $50.
There you go. And then you use Gumroad. Of course, you can use anything to publish it. WAP is the one that we can get started with for free, and you can get going. Now, you publish it, you hit $800 just by putting out a little bit of content out there. What happens next?
After that, we learned a little bit more about digital products. Once we saw like I can make $800 from a course that's $50 on Canva, we decided to dive a little bit more just into the knowledge. And even everyone being here today, obviously you guys are doing the same. And so it's beautiful when you really start to see the power that digital products has and what it can do. So we learned more about it. We refined our offer. We changed our price point. We ended up going from $50 to $1,497, which was scary, but it worked. Our first month, we hit $100,000. Even like the first time we started selling our new offer, we made like $12,000 or $13,000 in like a 2-hour span.
Wow.
And
So what was the progression like from the $50 product to, did you go straight to $1,400, or was there stops along the way?
Well, okay, so we went from $50. Then I was just posting in Facebook groups. I am really shy. I wasn't making content at this point, guys. And so in the Facebook groups, people started sending me hundreds of DMs.
Wow.
And then I just kind of was winging it. And I was just doing like mentorships. We were just doing mentorships. And then we really learned like, okay, we should get this a little bit more structured and have like an actual offer and not just be, it's too hard to do like one-on-one mentorships to scale. And so then we just created an offer that was a course, community, and coaching. This time it was a little bit more complex, but not even too crazy. We filmed the course modules for that. We just kind of wrote it all out before. We had slides that we made, and then I just kind of read the slides. And we put it all together, and then we launched.
Took off, yeah. I like the Facebook group strategies. It reminds me, because we used to do that a lot back in the day, because people get very nervous. They think like you're spamming a Facebook group or you're like invading it or whatever. But my guess is, you tell me if I'm correct, you just kind of went in there when people would have questions, you would answer them, and then they would DM you. Is that kind of how it worked?
Yeah, I would answer questions. And also I just like found other Facebook groups that had to do with short-term rentals. And there was other people like posting about their short-term rentals and how it was going for them. And I remember one of the posts that I made, I was like, just kind of sharing my journey with it. And I was like, wow, we made, X amount of money. And I think it was like, we made $58,000 in 1 month from our short-term rental. And then I woke up the next morning with, I think, probably 300 DMs of people asking if I could help them and teach them. And yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny, I'm guessing, because this has always been my experience with clients, you end up making more money from the digital product teaching how to do the thing that you made money at, the actual thing, right?
Absolutely. It took us a couple years to hit 6 figures from our short-term rentals, and it took us 1 month to hit 6 figures from digital products. So
That's a great point. I want everybody to lock that in, because it doesn't matter your level of expertise. Like you had some expertise with short-term rentals. It was working good for you. But if you scale that down, if you have just even smaller results, but people want to know how to get those results, you can model the same thing that you just did, Anaya. And when you sell a digital product, people automatically give you expert status, or they value you more because they paid you money and they had a product from you. And so it's not like you were trying to be a coach or build a community. That was the byproduct of what happened as a result of that first digital product. Is that fair to say?
yeah, 100%. And I will say, like, whatever skill it is that you have, even if you can't help someone monetarily, there's so many ways to help people. And just like the skill that you have and the thing that you learned, there's probably someone else who wants to learn that as well. And you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be the best expert out there. Trust me when I say there's other people doing Airbnb. There was other people doing Airbnb before I started. There's still other people doing Airbnb, and bigger than me at that. But people wanted to learn specifically from me. And there's different reasons for that. People often, want to learn from someone that they relate to or someone that they see themselves in. And so that could be you. And whatever way that you can help someone, whether it's creatively, emotionally, physically, financially, mentally, like there's so many things that you can create digital products on. And now when I meet people, anything that they tell me they do, I just automatically think of like bare minimum, like 10 different digital products that they could create. And I'm like, they don't even know how much money they could be making and helping.
It's like a superpower, isn't it?
It's insane. Yeah.
Yeah, because now you know it, you see it, so the opportunity is everywhere. But to somebody who isn't tuned in, it's invisible to them.
Yeah, and they know, like, everyone has so many, they're like, why would they buy from me, or why would they want this? But when you go and look, there are so many other people that are doing it, and they probably had those same fears or doubts when they first started, but they just had to start. And once they started, then they were able to kind of build confidence by seeing it reinforce, like one person would buy or one person would want it or ask like, hey, can you help me? And then you'd help them. And then it just continues to, it's like a snowball effect from there.
Yeah, that's awesome. What were some of the struggles that you had along the way?
We had a lot of struggles, or not actually a lot of struggles, but when we first started, just kind of figuring out like how to reach our audience. And it's even insane. I was just talking downstairs, and the fact that Monetize is $2,000 to get everything done for you. There wasn't AI when we first started, so we had to write all of our emails ourselves and do all of our copy ourselves and figure out how we were going to form an offer and everything all on our own. And because it was hard to do on our own, we ended up actually paying an agency. We paid them $15,000, then $3,500 every single month plus 8% of what we made.
Oh my God.
And so the fact that there's now a platform where people can pay $2,000 one time and basically have everything done for them, we were paying, money every single month. We were paying more than what it cost once each month just to learn. But like the struggles that we learned were just overall like how to find an audience, what to say, how to do the proper marketing, what our offer should look like, what our price point should look like, and just feeling confident in like putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, the putting it out there always seems to be the most difficult one.
It's scary.
But what's cool is when you run into these challenges, like you were finding solutions to them very quickly. Like we call it like marketing, and that sounds ominous, but it was, we go into Facebook groups, we post social media content. And then along the way, I'm assuming you get into kind of rhythms and systems and things become pretty automatic. Was that your experience?
Yeah. When we started, I wasn't making content. Like I said, I was in the Facebook groups, and then eventually I started making TikToks, and TikTok was like an easy platform to get into. So I was like, TikTok is dumb. It's a lot of dumb stuff. If I look dumb on there, who cares? Like I would rather someone have an opinion about me or whatever and create something beautiful for my life rather than never try because I'm scared of someone's opinion. So I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna make the video, even if I'm like shaky, I'm just gonna put the video out there. And so I started making TikToks. I then got a lot of traction on TikTok, a lot of people wanting to learn, a lot of people purchasing, and then I expanded to other platforms, Instagram, YouTube, but I didn't always start there. I literally wasn't making content. Then I started with one platform and continued to expand. And now I'm kind of getting the rhythm of just like learning the easiest and most effective ways to film. And there's strategies behind all of it. It seems overwhelming when you first start, but it comes together.
And were you trying to figure this out on your own, or were you investing in programs and resources to help accelerate it sooner?
We invested in a lot of programs, way more than the price of Monetize. We paid actually $50,000. Once we actually started, we paid $50,000 for a mentorship, just trying to learn how to get better. And so even with that, most things that are worth it, they're going to cost money. Any business, it's going to have an investment of some sort. Monetize seems insane. It's like crazy that we didn't have AI when we started, and it's like we had to figure it all out completely on our own, or try to pay a lot of money learning from people that could help us. And now the fact that AI can do it is crazy.
It is crazy. It can even do the TikTok. It can even do the social media posting. It can do all of that. And again, like, who you learn from is important. Iman, as everyone knows here, has a huge social presence. He obviously has achieved a lot, and he has a lot of resources, and he breaks it down and he makes it very simple. Because my experience, I'd love to hear your opinion on this, is to me it's more about what not to do than it is what to do. Once you remove all of the things you shouldn't do, it's actually really easy.
Yeah.
Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, no, it is. And honestly, out of all the things that I've tried, all the businesses I've tried, everything I've done, not only has digital products been the simplest to start, to scale, to like do while you're also doing other things, but it also has the lowest investment. It's like it doesn't really take anything. It doesn't take a big startup of cash to get into digital products. For short-term rentals, you need $10,000, $20,000 to get one property. That's making you like X amount of money per month. But with digital products, there's, like you said, WAP is free. So it's like
100%.
There's no startup. If you just put yourself out there, then you could really see a huge return.
Yeah, I mean, because like the platform you use wasn't free.
Yeah, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't free. Every other platform, I find it charges you a fee and a percentage on top of that. But yeah, those are very good points. We get accused, Anaya, all the time because, like, I'm a white guy. Iman is a guy, younger man, it's mostly dudes all around this place and the compound over here. And then we have people in the chat. They're like, well, what about the women? I don't see any women succeeding. And instead of this, do you think it's any different? Do you think that there's disadvantages or advantages, or is this like an issue being a female in a digital product economy?
No, I don't think it's a disadvantage at all. I think obviously being a man probably has its perks, but also being a woman has its perks. There's tons of things that just come with it. But even me being a woman, a lot of people, when I like make content and things like that, they're not expecting me to talk about what I talk about. And so people listen. And for me, it's just been a great journey, even being a woman. It is a very male-dominated field, but not because women can't do it. I think a lot of women get intimidated because we see it's a lot of men.
Yeah.
But maybe it might even be easier for girls in some circumstances. But I've seen so many different women in digital products from almost every niche that you can think of. I could literally go down a list, like sewing. I've seen mothers. I've seen fitness. I've seen fashion. I've seen beauty. There's so many. And it doesn't even have to be specifically like woman-dominated niches. I've seen it also go the other route, like business and all these things. I've seen tons of women make an insane amount of money from digital products. And yeah.
Yeah, I think you made a good point. Just because it's historically been men, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Not because there's any merit to it, just because, well, people see it. And that's true, remove gender, remove race, remove any of the other things. People will say, I haven't made any money yet. Nobody I know has ever made, 6 figures from a digital product. So therefore, it's impossible. It is literally the same thing. It just shows up slightly differently. But I appreciate you speaking on that. Is there anything that you would say to anybody listening right now that we haven't covered yet about if they're thinking, should I invest in Monetize or not? Should I get into this game? What advice would you give them?
I would say that it's okay to like have questions. And so even right now is probably the best place to ask them. Jason can probably answer all of your questions and give you a lot of confidence moving forward. Nothing is guaranteed, but one thing that is for certain is if you don't try, there's no possibility of it working. But I know that you guys have heard me speak. I know that you heard Armando speak. I know that you've probably seen tons of people online finding success with digital products. And even when I first started, I would see people doing it, and I would always wonder, if they can do it, why can't I? And really the only reason and the only difference is that some people go for it, they try, they continue to try even when it feels hard, and other people don't, or other people try once and then they give up and they don't continue. But the amazing thing with digital products is you can make 1, you can make 5, you can make 10. There's no right or wrong answer. You can have so many different price points from $5 to tens of thousands of dollars. You can try so many things. And so the amazing thing is that try it. If it doesn't work, try a different one. I don't even think that it's possible to like fail with it. You just have to keep trying, figure out your audience, try new audiences, talk to different people, see who resonates most with what you have to offer, and then try different products, different price points until something sticks. And then when you see that an audience is resonating with it and they want it, it grows very quickly, quicker than any other business I've seen. I mean, we literally, from when we started in June. We made $100,000 our first month, and then the next couple months it just doubled. So then 200,000, 400,000. By month 5, we hit our first $1 million month from digital products. In 6 months, we made $3 million. Growing up, I never even met millionaires. Like I really didn't even, it's like you hear about it online, you know that millionaires exist, but when you don't grow up seeing lifestyles like that and people like that, you just don't really believe it. You know, it's like, oh, there's like, it's so far away, but it's not that far. And it's crazy because digital products has been the only thing that has allowed me to create as much wealth as I did in the time frame that I did. And I've seen it happen over and over and over from so many different people, so many different demographics, so many, just every niche that you can think of. I promise, whatever your skill is, go online right now, go on TikTok, go on wherever, go on Pinterest. There is probably someone selling a digital product from it, and they're probably making tens of thousands of dollars. And so if they can do it, why can't you? Like, what separates you from them? It's just trying it. I'm literally the biggest like minority there is. I'm African American, I'm Hispanic, I'm Muslim, I'm a woman, and still I've been able to find success with this without a college degree, without a background in digital products, without anyone to ask. And so with the resources that are here in front of you guys today, it would just like jumpstart and accelerate the potential for success so much faster. And all you have to do is just try and just, it might not work perfectly the first time, and that's okay. Try again until it does. And once it does, it's going to be so worth it.
That's amazing. I love what you just said too. There's somebody that already does what you can do.
Absolutely.
And they've already published a digital product on it, and they're already making money from it. And you could find them. So there's nothing that they're doing. There's somebody out there doing something you can do just as well, and they're making money with it and you're not. Thank you for saying that. That's amazing. What's next for you for digital products?
Just continuing to expand and grow along our journey. Like I said, we started very simple, and more we've expanded. Once you really start to know your audience and you grow with them, you realize more of what they want. And so even someone that buys one time, more often than not, once you really get into digital products, that's not the only time that they buy from you, because a lot of the time in whatever skill that you can give them, there's more that they want to learn. And so for us with short-term rentals, we started by just teaching. Now we've gotten to a point where our teaching is completely free. We don't even sell our education anymore because it's gotten so far. We're just a completely service-based business. But it's just amazing to see the growth and just seeing how many people really want something in a niche that you would think is so small. Like, if you were sitting here, how many people would you think actually wanted to like buy an Airbnb program?
Yeah.
And it's like way more people than you can ever imagine actually do. And so imagine if that many people are buying a program for me that takes tens of thousands to start, how many people would buy whatever skill it is that you have that might take less money to start or might be easier to start. There's a huge market of people that are looking for what you want to sell. And so what's next for us is just more digital
More of the
products.
same, yeah.
More. We're just trying to figure out how we can make more and make them better for our customers. So
That's amazing. And Naya, is there anything else that I didn't ask you that I should have?
is there anything else that you didn't ask me that you should have? Not necessarily. I would just say I can't express enough how much potential there is in this industry, and I hope that I'm a testament. Like, I'm 23 years old today, and I've built an incredible business. And not even how you mentioned earlier, like you said, am I right to ask, did you make more basically from your digital products than I did my original skill? From our Airbnbs, we've made now 7 figures. This is our first year. 2025 is our first year, even making $1 million in a year from our short-term rentals. But again, we made $3 million in the first 6 months starting digital products, and we've made 6 figures a month ever since we started. We've never went below that. And so there's so much potential in this business. There's so much room to grow, so much that you can do. We've now, not only has it been amazing for me, but I'm able to help my students. I'm able to teach people things. I've also been able to now work with majority of my family all works with me now. None of them, no one really works their old jobs anymore. Everyone, it's like a big family company now. Everyone, my brothers, my sisters, my brother-in-law, sister-in-law, my mom, my stepdad, we're all just working together to build something beautiful for ourselves, for our family, for our students. And we've truly been able to see our lives transform. I did not grow up wealthy. I didn't grow up with a ton of connections. And I just say all this to say, if I was able to do it and if I was able to see success with it, look, when I say this out of the bottom of my heart, I truly mean it. Every single person in the room today, I believe that the skill that you have can be monetized and it can make way more money than you can even probably imagine. Even after going through, what is this, day 4 of learning about digital products, until you truly see it in front of your eyes and you see it unfolding, you will never know the potential that it truly has. And so for everyone that has taken action or is taking action or is starting, I think you guys will be the ones who see that it really does work. And it's just like completely changed my life. Nothing that I have or do today was things that I had growing up, and I've been able to make not just fun purchases, but I've also been able to actually build wealth. Like I've purchased a home that's now an investment home. It's not a home that I live in, but it's an investment. I made it a short-term rental as well. I've been able to just do things that I was never able to do in the past. Take my family on vacation, see the world. I was never able to travel before I started digital products. And just help myself, help my family. I realized once I started taking risks myself, it opened the door for me, and it also transformed my mind, but also everyone around me. They're now able to see a whole different world that none of us knew prior to this. And it all sounds like cliche or like corny, but it genuinely all started from me mastering a skill. And not like master is also like kind of an exaggerated word, like any skill that you have, having that skill and then making digital products. And it got me to where I am today. So
Anaya, thank you so much for being here with us.
you.
Everybody give Anaya something in the chat to show your appreciation. So a thumbs up, a fire emoji, anything you can do to express it. It's a little bit delayed when we're here live.
I know it's yeah.
But I want to see him come in. Give her a lot of support. She flew a long way to be here.
All the way from Vegas, guys. And it was worth it. Literally just, I hope that if you guys got anything, it was inspiration and showing you if I can do it, I promise you can do it as well. 19, 20, I started when I was 19. I'm 23 today, and it's been amazing ever since. So thank you guys for the love. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye. It was nice chatting with you.
All right, let me scoot back in here. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. All right. That was good. That was incredible, wasn't it? And it's funny, there was 2 things that came to mind when I was listening there, because it's a conversation talking point that I've heard many times in my career, because you got to remember, I've been doing this since 2007. I was born in 1983. Can you hang this up for me? Thank you, sir. I was born in 1983. So I've been around the block a few times, and I've had lots of conversations with lots of successful digital product sellers. And here's what I discovered. they will go and they will talk about skill and developing skill. And that's how I always used to have to really frame it. And that is important. And if you have an existing skill, most of you do, you just don't know it yet. It's called diamonds in your own backyard. Many people travel the world looking for gold when all of the value is in their own very backyard. They just don't recognize it. So, but in the past, I would have to sit here and I'd have to bang on it for a long time where it was like, okay, you have a skill, or if not, you could procure a skill. We could develop a skill. It won't take that long to create a skill. One of the digital products that I published all the way back in 2009 was called Instant Expert, and it was how to very quickly acquire skills, and I would teach that to people, okay? That's all valid, and this gets exciting. You have a machine that can create skills. They don't need to be your skills. So you have a software called Synthesis that it's a skill printer. You say, dial me up this skill. Beep, beep, boop, boop. Bang, done, skill. So it does not have to be your skill. If you have it, great. Eventually, the only skill that you should really focus on acquiring is using these tools effectively, and they are the skill that will create skills, the skill of skills. I don't know, is this making sense, or am I just kind of a day 4, I'm not sure where I'm at anymore, rambling from Fladland? Tell me if that resonates with you. Most important, though, and I hope you've caught this, especially those of you who have been with me all 4 days. Shout out to you. Drop a 4 in the chat if you've been with me all 4 days. I'm going to fire this up. By the way, I got a bunch of questions in here. It's kind of repetitive, isn't it? There's only so many ways you can say the truth. It's really hard to find new ways to say something that's true, and there's only a few things you need to know to be true. But what's nice is, if Fladland says it, you might believe it. If Iman says it, you might believe it. If Armando says it, you might believe it. If Anaya says it, you might believe it. If Dan says it, you might believe it. But if you hear all of us saying it, we use slightly different words. We have slightly different expressions for it. We have slightly different intonation as we describe it. But we're saying the same things. And I know somebody on YouTube will be like, you guys got together, you guys scripted it all out. Child, please, right? Like, come on. We got more important things to do. Just to write this presentation I gave you today, that took more hours than you can imagine. So I just hope that shines through. What Anaya was saying is the same thing that I'm saying. It's the same thing that Iman is saying. But here's what I know. If I got to tell you the truth 27 times before it lands, I will tell it to you 27 times. And this is what makes me different. This is why I've gotten such good results. And this is something to model. And you can get this in Prosperity Algorithm, because I break down the algorithm of how I have tenacity. So tenacity is an algorithmic trait of prosperity. It's like, I will ask 27 times, or I will say it 27 times. That's not a big deal. So if we have to have a discussion about it, and we do, we do. And that's the attitude that can serve you incredibly well in this business. But also at the same time, the challenge is, and let me be straight with you, Anaya doesn't know about the transformative experience with AI yet, because she hasn't used it yet. Isn't that exciting? When she starts to dig in, and I can already see the gears churning, and she's seen the offer in the package, and she's already like, I need to be doing this. So she's from an old paradigm, which can still work incredibly well. When you take the best of the old paradigm and you add it to all the new things that are available to you, this just becomes insane. And again, we typically, when we get to the end result, we forget the steps that got us there. So when she was like, we built this big marketing machine, which is not really that big, it started with Facebook posting. It started with Facebook groups, or it started with a couple different posts on Instagram. And then it grows. And this is the compounding effect that I talked about over and over and over again. All right, let's get down to some Q&A here. I am committed to stay with you long tonight, all right? It's going to be hard because I did a full presentation, but I will do my best. Howard says, Jason for president. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's talk about traffic? Because Tenza wants to know. Tenza says, how do we get traffic? So first of all, I'm not a huge fan of the word traffic because I think it dehumanizes the experience of what we're doing here. When you refer to people as traffic, now we all do it because it's just like a word that people habituate and then put into their vocabulary. I think it takes out the humanization of the process here. So when you drive traffic, what we're doing is how can we connect with the people who are best suited to buy our digital products? And let me count the ways because there are so many of them. You can divide them into two categories. You can divide them into free and you can divide them into paid. I do not recommend any of you start with paid advertising unless you already have experience and unless you've already had some success in the digital product business. Then it will be very good for you. And I'll tell you why, because Iman is one of the best media buyers I have ever met in my life. We reached 200 million people in this launch, which is insane. Now we're in a broad category. So I would never recommend you model that yet. One day, my friend, if you want to keep going, you will get there. So you can pay for traffic by running advertisements, but that is a higher level skill that I wouldn't recommend, that it carries more risk to it than I would suggest you take on day one. So then there's the free way that you can get and reach audiences. And the free way typically is through creating content. And you can create a variety of different content. It can be written content. It can be audio content. It can be video content. It can be slide-based. It can be post-based. It can be images. It can be memes. And there's so many other flavors and variations of it. And so if you created the right type of digital product, we go for quality, not quantity. You do not need that many buyers to get started. And they can make you a lot of money even though you don't have very many of them. And so Ghostwriter OS is really awesome in that regard for creating attention and bringing it to your digital product offering. WAP as a marketplace is really awesome because people are inside of WAP and they see products, buyers that go to WAP and who have bought products from WAP buy more products from WAP. So being in a marketplace is like being at the supermarket. If somebody goes in there for bread and you happen to be next to the bread selling your thing, they might throw your thing in the cart as well. So distribution in marketplaces is another effective way. But it really doesn't take much to get going. Here's a little number that will blow your mind. If you can get 1,000 people to pay you $1,000, you have generated $1 million in revenue. Now, guess how many people exist on planet Earth? 8 billion. 8 billion. Don't you suppose there's 1,000 people spread throughout the world who would pay you $1,000 each with the right combination of content and digital products? I know for a fact that's a rounding error. That rounds down to 0 because it's so inconsequential compared to the wide range of possibilities. But let's drop a 0 off of those. What if 1,000 people paid you 100? That's $100,000, my friend. That's 6 figures. And what if 100 people only paid you 100, right? That's not a bad payday. And if you could repeat that 1 or 2 or 3 times, now you're ungovernable. Welcome back, Iman. I'm glad to see you.
Good to see you. Wow, what a presentation.
Thank you.
What an incredible story from Anaya.
Yeah.
She's a superstar, huh?
Yes. I mean, she is so well-spoken and so articulate and inspirational. Like, I got to step my game up after listening to her. Yeah. It's incredible because I've never done any of the stuff that she had just described. Like, I've never did TikTok and I've never generated any real money off of social media in my life. Yeah. It was good. Yeah.
You guys have totally opposite styles, but it's fascinating to watch. But I guess it shows there's many different ways that you can attack this, right? And there's no right or wrong way. For some people, they're better suited to go this route. For some people, they're suited to go this route. So, yeah, it's cool to see you guys sort of mastermind.
Fast too, right? Like, it's hard to fathom, but it's the old saying that somebody told me when I was younger. They're like, if you go to a golf course and say, let's bet a penny on the first hole, and then we'll just double that by the whole 18, there's like $1 million on the line. So the compounding of the effort over time, and nothing doubles every single time you do it. Like that's preposterous, but it's made to the point. So she started with $800 on Gumroad of all places. And now she, you know, and some people think this is wrong, Iman. I have no problem with it. She makes more money teaching people how to do the thing that she did to make money. So she makes a little bit money doing the thing, and she makes a lot of money showing other people how to do the thing. And I think that's actually cooler that you can do that than just being limited to doing the thing itself. And so she brought that up. Like, it's taken her a long time to get to what she got to in digital products in just a few short months.
No, as well. That growth was impressive, very impressive, and speed of execution was very admirable. You know, just to get your product out there and just go. You know, she was telling me how they literally just stayed up all night. They're like, okay, you know what? We're just gonna get this done in one day. So let's just stay up all night, make it happen, get it out there, and then we can iterate from there. And that's the most important part of it. So.
And that's how I started too. I wrote my product in one sitting because I was like, if I get up and stop at any point in time, then the chances of me completing this are 0%. So you sprint it out just to complete it, and then it's done, and you don't have to do it anymore. You have to touch it. Was that your experience when you started, like your first digital product? Tell us this story.
My first digital product, I had to build. I don't think I even built it on Canva. I think I built it on. I got like I think I did it on Keynote.
Oh, nice.
Apple, yeah, the Keynote.
Yeah.
And I think I used one of their templates. This is 2016. I don't even know if Canva was a thing back then.
Not really.
Yeah, it was it was very, very patchy the way I did it. And it took a long time. And as I said, you know, things have changed. It's kind of like, were we talking about on the main session or the VIP session? I think we were talking about on the VIP session how like sometimes I get it and people come to me and they're like, oh, what you've accomplished at your age or XYZ, you know, because they started their business in like the late 90s or early 2000s. And I'm like, yeah, but listen, like I had advantages that you didn't have. But in the same way, like I said, I sit in this funny position. I feel like an uncle where I'm like, I can speak to some of the people that came before me and then also some of the, you know, newer people coming up. And listen, sometimes I see, you know, the new people coming up and they're like the growth is insane.
Yeah.
You know, they're doing in like what it took me 5 years to do, they're doing in 5 months. Now, I don't look at that and go, oh, you're more, like, I don't look at that and go, oh, you're smarter than me or more knowledgeable than me or more talented than me. I just go, you're living in a certain, like a different set of circumstances and more favorable circumstances.
Yeah.
So that's a beautiful thing. You can just see like year after year after year, the circumstances to succeed in this industry. There's certain industries that year by year get worse. There are certain industries like that where year by year things get harder. It's it's harder to get started. Costs are rising. More competition out. More competition in the market isn't necessarily also a bad thing. Sometimes it's actually a good indication. Listen, this market's growing. You know, the digital product industry is, you know, almost $1 billion a day industry. It was $684 million a day at the moment.
Yeah.
On pace to be 1.3 billion a day, I believe, from what I remember. And you know, even we see it all the time, even with WALP. In the last year, I think we've grown 5 times, 5 times since last June, I know at least. Yeah, we see it day in, day out. This market is growing. It's growing at a crazy pace. And yeah, definitely what took me many, many years to do, probably what took you 15 years, took me 5 years. What took me 5 years is now taking new people like a year and a half.
5 months, yeah.
So it's just like, it just keeps going. And I said, I don't think that means that I'm no more talented than you are. In the same way, the person that's now doing what took me 5 years and 5 months is no more talented than me. It's just different conditions, different circumstances. So all I can say is just make the most of it.
Yeah, and digital products are only getting better. So whatever I was able to do with it in the time that I had, with the resources that I had, great. And then you also could leverage those resources, and you had new resources, and what you did, fantastic. And now we move it to the next generation, and then all of you have my knowledge and my leverage and my assets, and your knowledge and your leverage and your assets, and you have the new things that are coming out that we didn't have access to. This is a recipe for success. This is why it's so exciting to be part of this and help usher in this new era. AI is 100% a game changer. the right AI. And I think that's just, I mean, I'll beat it till it's dead in the ground, then I'll resurrect it, pull it back out of the ground, and then beat it down again and bury it one more time if I have to, man. But it's so important that people understand this.
Incredible.
And that they get this. Yeah, this is bigger than YouTube ever was. Like, you know, YouTube has obviously been very good in your career. And before that, like affiliates were the way I got traffic. That's not a thing anymore, but it was really wonderful in my career. And I thought, man, this is great. You thought, God, this is fantastic. And none of that comes even close to what AI can do, especially with the tools that we are making available.
For sure. I'm going to get back to tech team.
Yeah, I know.
I'll see you in a second. But yeah, guys, once again, any VIPs in here? I always love seeing VIP love. Drop VIPs. Any monetized members in here? Drop monetized members.
Yeah.
You know, Jason always wants to shout you guys out.
I love that.
See you in a
Yeah,
second.
put the monetize in there. Already Brian with the 0.44. Yeah, we need to start a clothing line, man. Get that 0.44 drip going on. Justin and Paleo, Wayne, awesome. GC, monetize, shout out. Jay Roach, and the long one. Alexis, shout out. Oh, VIP and monetize. Yes, yes, yes. Wayne, yes. See you. I see you. Oh, yeah, this is good. This is good. Fantastic. So my bonuses, just so you know, they will be delivered later on. I have to go back to my team and explain to them that I just gave away these assets because I couldn't tell them because, you know, Dubai time is a different time than Florida time is. That's where my company's headquartered, even though I don't live in Florida myself. So we give us a few days to integrate that. It might even be a little bit longer than that, but be patient. We'll make sure to get that. Trust me, you already have enough when you get in there right now and when you go to joiniman.com. A troublemaker at Monetize, shout out to that. Blast, VIP and Monetize. Sana, VIP and Monetize as well. Tyrone, Monetize. Yeah, I know I'm not nailing everybody yet, but if you want shouted out, I'll come back around later and I'll shout you out, okay? I want to answer some questions. What should we do if we don't buy Monetize? How can we be successful? It's really simple. Here's the other version. How can I do this without Monetize? Watch these videos and take lots of notes. These videos will come down. Like we put it out there freely for a short period of time and then they're pulled off the YouTube channel. But watch them while they're available and take notes and then make a plan based off that. If you don't spend money, you will spend time and effort. I mean, you always spend a combination of all three of those. But if you want to make it without the money, then you'll put in more time and effort. So we're giving you a path forward and the guests are showing you how they've done it as well. And that's what you want to do. And for some of you, that will make sense. But for a lot of you, that's not going to make sense. And so where your real reluctance with signing up comes from is you just want to make sure you want to make sure that you're going to get your money's worth. You want to make sure that it's a right decision for you. You want to make sure that this makes sense and that you can use it. And this is why I like to spend so much time having this conversation. I like this question from Kosh says, why should we not buy Monetize? Exactly. Why shouldn't you? AI products easily detectable by prospects. Here's the thing, prospects don't care. If the digital product solves a massive problem that they have, they're not very picky. Okay, here's what's really funny about this business. Jay Fladlin is going to give you a little bit of dirt on the inside of what this world looks like. Let me set it up this way. Never ask a fish how to catch it. Okay, let me run that back again. Never ask a fish how to catch it. This is like you young men out there. Never ask a woman what she wants in a man because she will not be accurate in her analysis of what she will tell you. She can't articulate it, nor can she express it exactly. And thank God I don't have to date anymore. And I am very happily married for the rest of my life. So this isn't something I have to navigate. So my hats go off to you. And young women, same thing. What men say they want and what they actually want, very different things. So if you ask somebody randomly, hey, listen, if somebody were to sell you a product with AI, or if somebody was to use AI to get you to buy a product, or if somebody were to deliver a product with AI, they would go, oh, no, I would never buy that. That would be terrible, because they're being asked in the wrong context. They're being asked outside of their problem of suffering. But if somebody is having a problem and they're suffering, they're not thinking about this intellectually or hypothetically. They're saying, I need some help. This looks like it can help me. They buy it and it can help them. And they care not if it's an AI product being developed. They just don't care. Because there's a lot of really shitty products that AI never developed that people get very upset about, that they would have preferred to have a better AI solution for. So is it a solution? Does it net? That's how I always call it. Does it net? If it nets, it's good. If it doesn't net, doesn't matter who makes it. But that is a fantastic question. I like that. How do you steal audiences from influencers, quote unquote? This is from P. Fernandez. Stealing is an interesting way to frame it. I would never call it stealing from influencers. You can post content that influencers can pick up and they can comment on it or they can share it. And that is a good strategy to get attention. It amazes me that I see my clients, we develop content that we post freely and influential people will share it even though it's commercial content. Even though it's essentially an advertisement and essentially promoting a digital product, if people like it, they share it. Now, you can partner with influencers as well, which is a very good strategy. You could say, I'll create the digital product, you endorse it to your audience, and then we share the profits. That is cool. And my favorite thing about that is WAP will handle all the payment distributions, because you don't want to be in the debt collector business. You don't want to do a deal with somebody and have it get messy. It's weird when you start talking money. So WAP can automatically distribute payments on your behalf, and that is yet another strategy on which you can get audiences with influencers. Synthesize AI access without monetize. It is currently offline. There's a wait list for it. If you wanted to, you could go to the website for Synthesize AI, sign up for the wait list, and then the next time it's available, you could pay $2,999 a year, which is more money than you would invest in joiniman.com, where you get unlimited Synthesize AI and then a whole bunch more other stuff. If AI can assemble it within minutes, why would people buy from us? This is a fair question, Black Bluster. Nice name. And let me answer that, because it is valid, and I want to bring some color to it. It's not that in and of itself, AI assembling the product. That is not the magic. Write this phrase down. This will be useful to you in all areas of your life. Here's the phrase. I use it all the time with my clients. Necessary but not sufficient. Let me say that again so you capture it. Necessary but not sufficient. So it is necessary to have a product created. So it's necessary that a digital product is made before you make any money. But in and of itself is insufficient. Merely having a digital product is not enough to be successful. So with AI, merely having AI assemble you a digital product is in and of itself insufficient. It's not enough. The AI must assemble it in a certain way. The AI must source the material and structure it. The AI must not hallucinate. So your mom's AI, it hallucinates. It will make shit up just to please you. And it will be wrong, and it will be incorrect, and it will be dangerous, but that's normal AI. That's what generic AI does. That's why it's so cheap to you as an end user. By the way, those companies are paying billions and billions of dollars a year. Now, be very clear with you. We tap into that same source of AI, but then we build guardrails around it. We infuse systemization into it. We run process around it. We put proprietary knowledge, meaning things that only we know that nobody else knows about digital products. And now we have Synthesize. Here is the truth. And I'm going to lay it to you plain and bare so all of you can hear this. Most people do not believe in themselves enough to invest in themselves. That is the truth. And hey, listen, hopefully it comes across by now that I just put it down like it is. Most gurus, if you want to call me a guru or whatever, most people that are trying to sell you on something, they would never admit what I just said. But I'm going to say it again to make the point. Most people do not believe in themselves enough to invest in themselves. Most of you on this call, this is a serious problem for you. You do not believe enough to invest in yourself. And you are further ahead than most people, because most people won't even show up to a training like this, okay? So if most people out there in the digital product business are not willing to invest in the proper specialized tools to create AI products the way we described, they will never, ever be your competition. They will never, ever create any sort of challenge from you. And the majority of people, underline majority of people, don't believe enough in themselves to invest in themselves. And then they say, Jason, why do you get on these calls? And how come you spend 17 hours with an audience or 20 plus hours with an audience? Like, isn't that ridiculous? No, because selling you on yourself is the hardest thing I have to do. Selling the product is easy. Here's the features. Here's a demo of it. Here's these coaches. Here's why they're awesome. Here's where the knowledge comes from. Here's where the experience is derived from. That shit is easy, right? Like, that's procedural. Selling you on yourself, that's really hard. Very difficult. But hey, it's worth it. It's worth it. Because if I can get a couple of you to believe in yourself, we call that a success. We call that winning, right? So really, that's what I'm doing there. Now, don't put it next to what you're doing, because I'm selling you digital product plus, because I have digital product here, I have software here, I have coaching here. This is offer modality kind of stuff, which I will teach you, by the way. But this is higher level stuff. You can sell products where people don't have to believe in themselves. They just buy the product, and the product solves a simple product. So a Labubu buyer guide, this is like my new favorite example. Nobody has to really psych themselves up and say, what's my limiting belief against buying the right kind of Labubus? That's like an infinitely easier digital product to sell than this is, what I'm offering you here today. And I used to sell those products where somebody could look at it and impulsively purchase it and be okay. Hey, listen, if it works, fantastic. If it doesn't work, it was worth a shot, right? Those are the kind of products that you are going to create initially. And then if you want to go up another level, you can go up another level. If you want to go up another level, you can go up another level, right? Or you can stop whenever you wish to. I'll give you a statistic that's psychologically backed, and I am a student of psychology. Maybe you could tell. So all studies, and you have to adjust this based on the country that you're in. But in the United States, they find after $77,000 a year in most geographic locations, there is no more causal relationship between money and happiness. And that number goes up a little bit each year because of inflation, meaning you need to make a little bit more each year than the previous year if you want your money to buy even just the same thing. Making the same amount of money loses money every year because you lose buying power. But in most locations, like in Iowa, for example, where I came from, or, Missouri, or some of these other, not, California or Texas or Florida or New York, but in almost every other state, if you make $77,000 a year, anything you make above and beyond that, no causal relationship with increasing in happiness. Then happiness comes somewhere else. But until you hit that number, there's a direct causal link between making more money and feeling happier, okay? And the numbers actually increased. It's about 90,000 these days. So when you adjust for inflation, now that I think about it, because it's a couple years old. Now, if you live in California, different story. If you live in Dubai, different story. Now, if you live in Albania, obviously scale those numbers down, right? But what most of us need is just an asset that generates enough money for breathing room. That's really all we need. Now, I can't come out and only talk about that because that doesn't get your heart beating faster, right? So I got to put a little sizzle into this thing. I got to show you some possibility. I got to stretch your imagination enough. So what you think is impossible, you can now see is real. And then if you think if I can only get 10% of that, I'll be styling, right? Now, happiness is interesting because is happiness what we're optimizing for? What other traits would you like to have show up in your life? What other things would define who you are at your most well-being? Okay, so for me, I like contentment. If I can go to bed at night feeling content that I did everything that I should do that day and got the most out of that day, happiness I may feel or I may not feel. But my life is excellent when I feel contentment. That's one of the higher values that I have in my value hierarchy is contentment. And so money is a byproduct of the actions that I take that day to reach contentment. But contribution helps me get contentment, and I measure contribution based on things like I'm doing here for you today. Connection to me is an even higher value hierarchy, and the connection that I have with my wife and with my children, with my father-in-law, with my dog. Those are the most fulfilling thing for me. But a lot of our connection is rooted in our ability to contribute to each other in our marriage. Me showing up the most I can for her, her showing up the most she can for me. And so this is what drives me. So money is part of that, though. Money is a big part of that. So for me to be able to do these things, it's going to require at least this amount of money. And I got to feel good about how I make the money. And that's why I move forward. And this is how it looks. And it changes every year, because my potential for this year is greater than my potential was from last year and the year before that and the year before that. Is this tracking with anybody? Now, let me tell you something. I'm going to look this up right now and tell you, okay? Because this happened to me today. Earlier today, my wife called me, okay? And she called me at 2:38 p.m. my time. And 2:38 p.m. my time in Dubai means 3:38 a.m. her time in Los Angeles. So I was going to show it to you, but her phone number's up here, so I'm definitely got to do this to you. We talked for 1 minute and 7 seconds on the call, and she called me, and she was crying. She says, "I miss you. And I woke up, and you weren't there," and she was very sad. And that's the cost that I have to pay to come out here to do what I do. And this is why I take this very seriously. And you always have to make decisions that are not always upside decision. There's upside and then there's downside to it. And that's always what you're going to be faced with. The upside of not investing is you keep all of your money. The downside of investing is initially you take a step back before you can take 2 steps forward, right? The accountability and the success that you are going to take on to yourself is a cost initially, because you increase the demand of who you are as a person when you make an investment in anything. That is a cost. And what you get out of it will help you get more of what you want. This is like, I don't know if this is economics or if this is whatever this is. But hopefully this shines through. And so how much money then, to bring home the point, is required for the highest values in your life to show up on a consistent basis? And your values are different than mine. But for contentment, this is what money plays a role in for that, and this is how I make it. For connection, this is where money plays a role in, and this is how I make it. If I want to be connected to these types of people, I have to make this amount of money to run in these circles, right? If I want to have contentment, I have to show up in a certain way and contribute, and this is how I show up and contribute. And as a result, my contribution is rewarded with money, directly and specifically. Yeah. And so on and so forth. So a separate exercise. And if you get Prosperity Algorithm, if you join today at joiniman.com and sign up before the end of this presentation, when you get Prosperity Algorithm, all of the thinking that I just described is optimally laid out, trained to you step by step in that program. And then Offer Modality, this is my contribution to the world. I have influenced the most effective offer creators on the planet. I have testimonials from them saying that what I taught them about offers is greater than anything they've ever learned about the subject. And they learned it from me. So I am the godfather of offers. I'm the offer goat. Nobody knows how to put an offer together better than Jay Flatt, right? A digital product is only one component of an offer. So there's 5 components of an offer. I'll run some game on you real quick, and then I'll answer some questions. So this is the genius that Fladlin figured out that nobody else really quite understood until I came and blessed the world with it. And it took me a lot of years to figure this out. But the 5 elements of a really good offer are the core components, what people get, the price they pay for it, okay? The bonuses that they get for free, the risk that they take in order to make the investment, and the scarcity, what they lose if they wait to make the investment. Those are the 5 elements of a core offer, okay? So when I work with clients like Iman, we analyze it and we look at it and we say, how do we make the greatest offer possible? And that doesn't mean for us. That means for everyone, to the audiences that we serve. And then what are the pieces of those offers? So digital products play a big part of the core components of an offer and the bonuses. And I am the best in the world at creating offers. And this is why people pay me large amounts of money and brands do to work with them. Offer modality is my training on that. Whatever you learn with digital products, when you add my offer techniques on top of that, it's insane. And only because I am so excited that so many people are here, because I don't get to reach so many people, especially people at the start of their journey. That's the only reason I would ever create those 2 bonuses. And I wouldn't make them available very often, because these are high-level programs that are very special to me, that are typically reserved for myself and my clients, because that's who they're made for. But I'm going to bring them to you and put it in the proper context built around Monetize so you can leverage and get the most value out of them as well. And that's at joiniman.com. And you can get those. We'll deliver them a little bit later down the road, but you will get those only if you sign up before the end of the day today. My screen went off, so let me go back and answer some more questions here. Where can I listen to you rap? You can find it. It was 2005, I think, was the last time I produced something. People have bootlegged it and published it online, even though I don't try to distribute it anywhere. I will not tell you where it's at, but it's out there if you can find it. I'm going to answer some more questions here, but I want to check in with everybody here. Is anybody, just put it into the chat right now, anybody leaning towards buying even if they haven't bought yet? Are you leaning towards the idea of signing up before the end of our session here today on joiniman.com? If you are, just put me into the chat, just so I have an idea. Okay, Daily Dose is me. Okay, leaning towards it. Eric says yes. Erjan says yes. Okay, Denise says I want to. Awesome. Karen says yes. Celestial says yes. I think is what that one was. Strive. Tiffany. Okay. So we have a lot of people who are considering the decision of investing in themselves today at joiniman.com. Good. I'm excited because if all y'all was like, no, I've heard it all, Jason. My mind is completely stuck at a no. Then I'm like, okay, I would take this in a completely different direction, right? But this is good. I will circle back around a little bit later. And I will ask you after we go through some of these questions, because maybe your question will get answered in the mix, or maybe I will tell a story or 2 or 3, and maybe you'll get some insight from those that will help you make either a yes decision or a no decision. But after all that, I'm going to check back in with you in a little bit. I'm going to have my copy cubs capture these questions because they're watching right now and they're helping me filter these questions. I will ask you, what are you thinking about that could help you decide yes or no? Don't tell me right now. Just let that sit in your subconscious. And then later on, if you haven't made your decision yet, we will circle back around and I will collect those questions and I will answer them specifically. Will Monetize be available in the future? So I'm going to go back to my document to finish these questions out, and then I'll come back around, give you some game. I got some other cool things I want to share with you here in a second. All right. Will Monetize be available in the future? I do not know that for sure. Iman and I have kicked the idea around. But we have other projects that we're also excited about. It's funny. Digital products are very fun to sell to you as a concept, but there are much easier sells that I could make. Because a lot of people just in general, even though digital products are so amazing, they just have a closed mind against it, and it's very difficult. So we have to work extra harder. We have to work harder for our meal than normal. So we're talking about other projects that we could work with in other markets as well, not this market. So we'll see. I can't predict the future exactly. It may or it may not be. What is the best niche? You want to know the best niche? I'll tell you the best niche. Let me get some water, and I'll tell you the best niche. You want to know the best niche? All right. If you're taking notes, write this down. Here's the best niche. The best niche is the one where people are buying products that they know are terrible because they have no other option. Let me run that back. And there are many niches like this out there. I hunt for them. I look to partner and make deals with people in those niches because in some niches, people know that there's dog shit offers and nothing more, and a bad offer is better than nothing. So I love to go into markets where really crappy products are selling really well. Because you're like, if they buy that, oh my God. And especially, here's the nuance, especially when the buyer knows that it's subpar, yet they buy it anyway. Because a little bit of relief is better than no relief. I love those markets. Those are my favorite niches. Now that I told you about them, you will see them everywhere. Don't tell Iman this next part, right? I'm a Tesla guy. Iman hates Teslas. I'm a Tesla guy. That's all I like to drive. I'm not a car guy. Like I'm a computer on wheels kind of a guy. And I've only owned Teslas for the last 12 years. And this last time, we were living in France at the beginning of the year. In Cannes, and then we went back to LA. So I had to buy and pick up the new Tesla when I got back. Like the lease ran out on the old one, and then I was getting the new one. And they're like, sorry, we can't deliver the new one for the next 2 weeks in the color you want. Do you want it in this blue color? You ever seen the blue Teslas? I'm like, nobody drives a blue Tesla. They're hideous. The colors are terrible. But I'm like, I don't even really barely ever drive anywhere. I'm always in my cave, as my wife says, at home working. So I said, I need a car. I'll take the blue one. I have no other options. I'm in France right now, and I got to pick it up when I get back to LA. So I go back to LA. I get my Tesla from the lot, my blue Tesla. I drive off the lot, and I kid you not, in the next 5 minutes, I see 3 different blue Teslas. And now everywhere I go, I can spot a blue Tesla. There's lots of them, turns out. I didn't think anybody had one. Now they're everywhere, right? Same thing will happen with you. Once you go out there and you take what we just described, you're going to see niches like I just talked about, where people are bitching and moaning and handing over their credit card and buying stuff because there's no better alternative. And you need to have the better alternative. It also reminds me of this other story, the poker story. Many, many years ago, my friend Lee flew over from the United Kingdom. By the way, he started a digital product business way back then. This is about 13 years ago. And his digital product business that he started was lesson plans. He was a teacher in the UK, and then he started selling his lesson plans on eBay, of all places, because you might not know this, but you can sell digital products on eBay. Etsy, by the way, write this one down. Etsy is a gold mine for selling digital products. All of you who have joined or will join before the end of this session, somebody remind me on offer modality when we do that training live together. Remind me about Etsy. I will do an impromptu extra training on Etsy alone during that session, because Etsy is absolutely a gold mine for selling digital products. But I digress. So my friend Lee back then, he was selling these lesson plans on eBay, and he started making $10,000 a month, and then he taught people how he was selling these lesson plans, and then he started making $100,000 a month. And so Lee comes over to the States for the first time. We're in Las Vegas at a conference. Affiliate Summit West specifically was the conference. It was me, him, and my friend Jit. And we said, Lee, come out and play a game of poker. Now, remember, if you were listening yesterday, I said it's against my religion to gamble. At that time, I had fallen out of being a monk, and I wasn't following the religion. Long story. Maybe I'll tell that one later. So we decided to gamble. And I never liked gambling, even when when I didn't have a religion that says not to gamble. I don't like playing games where the odds are against me. And I don't like recommending other people play games. But Lee was rich. We wanted to have some fun. So we took him out. We said, we're going to go play a game of poker. It's only $100 to buy in. That's all we're going to spend. One problem, though, Lee had never played poker before in his entire life. So we're like, okay, whatever. So they have these little cards with the rules and the rankings of the different hands. And so I said, Lee, read this, figure it out, follow my lead. We're just going to play the most conservative game of poker you've ever seen in your life. Only play good hands, and that's it, and nothing else, and be super conservative. And Lee says, okay, this is like the dumbest strategy possible, but that's the best one you can teach a newbie. And then we played for the next hour, and Lee left $300 richer than he came. And Jit and I cleaned up. We had found the worst poker players in all of Las Vegas sitting at a single table. And that was the day I had an interesting insight on my strategic thinking, because if I'm nothing else, I'm a strategic thinker. That's what I do more than anything else. I think strategically. And I said, wow, there's 2 ways to win. Way number 1, get better, which is what everybody tries to do. Or way number 2, find people who are worse than you and compete in those environments. What's cool about doing that is you don't have to get better to get a better result. Everybody thinks you have to get better to get a better result. You don't. You just have to play in environments where you can stay the same and get a better result. All right? So now that you've seen what I'm talking about, you'll see it everywhere. And then what will happen is it will frustrate you if you do not have these tools, these resources, this coaching, this training, and this support backing you to leverage it, which is available, of course, at joinimon.com. All right, traffic without social. So my whole career was built with getting traffic without using social media. I never liked social. I still am not a fan of social. I kind of do it now. The main reason I do social will be completely irrelevant to you, but I'll just tell you very quickly. I have had so many people over the years that I've trained and I've taught that have then went on social media and claimed credit for it. You know, and I don't care about the credit, but what happens is I care what it does to the customer. Customers thinking they're going to the source and they're getting a Xeroxed copy of the real thing. They're getting a photocopy of a photocopy. And people are claiming territory that isn't theirs and harming customers. So I was like, I got to get on social just to set the record straight. And my heart is barely in it, even today. Although, you know, my wife is, God bless her, she always looks out for me. She's like, okay, we're gonna get you going. Literally, while I was here, they were building my whole new studio at our new house. God, I love that woman. So you don't have to use socials. I never did. There's a lot of ways to get an audience. About 4 billion people a day connect to the internet. At any given time, actively, there's 1 billion people online. The average person, this is a depressing statistic, is online 6 to 8 hours a day. Okay? Now, I have children. We limit their screen time. If they want a minute of screen time, they have to read a book first and be tested on it. So up to 60 minutes a day, they can get 60 minutes of screen time if they read 60 minutes of a book. And then once they read the book, we test them on it. And if they passed, then we match the screen time. So if they read for 37 minutes and pass it, then we give them 37 minutes of screen time. So this is how I'm raising my kids, because so many people are connected to the internet. It's insane. And on a personal level, you should consider putting boundaries on it. By the way, you will be more productive if you do that. You will make more money if you do that. Okay? But that's you individually. That's not the world. By the way, we use AI to test them on these books. Thank God. Most of the world is chronically online a majority of their waking hours. And so because they're online all over the place, there are a variety of ways to reach as many people as you could ever imagine, and it's easier than it sounds, right? Anaya talked about reaching them through Facebook groups of all places. I was like, damn, we used to be genius gangsters at Facebook groups back in the day. You know, I was telling Luis the first night, I don't know if any of you were here. Shout out to all of you who hit the wait list the first night. We crashed WhatsApp. And I laughed at him. I said, we had the same problem about 15 years back with Skype. Most of you don't know what Skype is, right? So before WhatsApp existed, we would send people to Skype groups. And Skype had a limit of 300 people on a group. And we'd have to rotate Skype groups to put everybody in them. Now, we never had the scale like Iman does. But we had that same issue where we landed up to it. So I was like, God, we used to do Skype group marketing. And we used to do Facebook group connections and all that kind of stuff. If you strip away all of the different media and all the different things, all it is at the end of the day is putting content in front of people that can respond to it. That's all that it is. Sounds kind of straightforward when you put it that way. Yeah, because that's what success is. Success is straightforward, okay? So anyway, joinimon.com. Got the 2 extra bonuses available till the end of the day from yours truly, Jason Fladlin. Maybe I'll wrap on the bonuses. How about that? Oh, it's crazy. And I've never lost my laugh, okay? Drawback of not using WAP. So you will pay for it if you use it somewhere else. You will pay money to use it, and you will pay a percentage, probably similar, if not more, somewhere else. I doubt it will have the features that are as easy to set up and customize, and I don't think it will have the robustness of the marketplace either. So those are the drawbacks of not using WAP. Now, there are platforms out there that are made specifically for certain types of people who are at certain points of their career and reach certain levels of success that may be comparable. But for anybody starting out, let's just put it that way. If my kids to me says, Dad, I want to start digital products online, what platform should I use? I would tell them all WAP. In fact, I think those of you who were listening to me the other day, I introduced my kids to one of the co-founders of WAP. I sat down with them and I said, how old do you think this guy is? How big do you think his company is? So to inspire them. Yep. AI tools access during monetization. You get a full year's access of synthesis, and you get a full year's access synthesize. Sorry, I'm tired. It's midnight almost, and a full year's access of Ghostwriter OS. Then you can renew at the same rate if you wish to. Yep. Thank you so much. My team, I love them. They just put a whole bunch of comments about me. They put it in a tab. Comments for Jason. Do you mind if I read this off so I can give myself a little pat on the back? It says, Mr. Jason is pretty good at teaching. This is absolute gold. Jason, nevertheless, you are doing something that is bettering millions of lives. Thank you. We are loving your energy and vulnerability. What a beautiful person. Thank you, Jason. Nobody is going to forget this lesson. Never. Thank you so much. Jason, you are really an amazing coach. Thank you. This man is dropping gold. You're truly appreciated. Jason, you're the man. Oh, thank you so much. And there's so many more. Oh, God bless all of you. You are wonderful. I always joke because if you do this business enough, you all always get pushback because people come out in a variety of different ways, shapes, and sizes with a variety of different values. And the joke I always say to people when they say, how do you deal with any pushback you get, Jason? I always think of this Fetty Wap line. This is an old rapper, right? They call haters fans. They're just like, people be hating, we just call them fans, though. I'm like, we just call them all fans. If anybody's giving attention and talking about you, they're a fan. That's how I look at it. But no, I have some genuine, true fans here, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, couple more questions, and I want to check back in with you here. Kanan says, I wonder how he sold those products without being on social media. I sold them predominantly through 3 avenues. Avenue number 1, affiliate marketing. So because I was very good at constructing offers, which you'll learn about in offer modality, I could create offers that would make more money than competitor offers could make. And so people that had audiences would promote my offers and we would split the money. So joint venturing, affiliate marketing, that's my jam. And so that's one of the ways I got traffic. Another way is word of mouth. I get so many referrals. Iman came to me from a referral from another consulting client who came to me through a referral from another consulting client. Every time I close one deal, it sets up 2 more deals. So you get a lot of referrals. It's amazing how easy it is to get referrals when you structure digital products correctly. So the second way is I got referrals. And the third way is content. Believe it or not, this is content. Now, I'm doing it at a high level, partnering with Iman and being on his channel at 5.5 or 5.75 or whatever it is million subscribers at this point in time. That is exposure to me. That is content for me. I used to write and publish articles back today. The first sales I ever made were on forums. I would respond to people who asked questions, and then I had a little forum signature. So you could put a little bit of a tagline of who you were or what they called a bio box. And I says, hey, need help writing articles faster? Click here. And I made a lot of sales that way, right? So those are the main ways in which I got referrals. And then I would get invited on podcast, and I would get people would hear me on podcasts. It's all content, different forms of content, but it's all content from that perspective. I'd go speak at events and do things like that. But there are about 100,000 different ways you can get audiences. Marketplaces are good. That's why Etsy is so interesting. We would publish digital products on Amazon and get traffic that way as well. Sophia says, I have a question. If you should put out several digital products in a day, should you stick to one niche or explore other industries? I recommend that you explore multiple different niches. So don't put one product out in 20 niches, but don't put 20 products out in one niche yet. So you should put 3 to 5 products out amongst 3 to 5 different niches. And then sit back and see which one grabs. And then cancel the rest of them. Double down on the one niche that grabs and go deeper in it. And that's essentially what Anaya did. And every successful person that I've ever known With rare exception, that's what they did as well. How can I learn communication skills like you guys? The best way is to go through Prosperity Algorithm and offer modality. Everything that I do is rooted in communication. I'm always thinking about how do I reach somebody who needs help with something in a way that they can receive it. That's how I've always built. That's always thinking about communication. That's what I do for my clients privately, personally. And I do this for millionaires and multimillionaires. So I have to learn how to get through to them. It's a crazy world. I should make a movie about it one day. But you would want to learn communication through my material that I developed on communication. One thing that I teach in Prosperity Algorithms is this concept called schemas. So let me give you a little framework here. You want a framework? Let old Fladlin break it down on a framework for you. There are 3 things and only 3 things that you do with information when you receive it. You ready for them? You delete it, you distort it, or you generalize it. Or you generalize it. So some people, when they hear something, if they can't accept it, they just delete it. If it's outside of their schema, their ability to accept something, it's like you never said it before. You just are not ready for it yet, so you will immediately delete it. So that's the first process that people do when they encounter information. The second one is they will distort it. So they will hear what you say, but they will change some of its meaning to conform with their own model of reality. And so they won't hear it for what it is. They will hear it through a filter. And sometimes they can distort it in a positive way. And sometimes they will distort it in a negative way. So, for example, somebody will distort the information when we say we have all these resources for you. And they'll say, oh, you're charging money for them. If you really wanted to help me, you would give them away for free. I've seen a couple of you say that, right? And I never take offense to that because I understand where it comes from. From your model of reality, as you see it, that makes sense to you. That's totally on track, right? But if you run that all the way through, and if you don't distort it with some sort of immediate reaction, you realize that in order for you to really create value, you have to invest resources into it. And if you do not have a return on those resources, you cannot make the thing as valuable as you wish it to be. You cannot give away an iPhone for free. It would be impossible. You could not develop that technology if somebody wasn't willing to invest in exchange for it. And now the more people that invest in it, the more affordable it can become, right? And that's just one of 1,000 examples that I can give you just on that one perspective of reality when it comes to, hey, why do we sell something to you, right? And then you generalize it. So that's the 3 things that you do with information. So the generalization, this is always the joke. The client comes to me and says, Jason, I've tried everything and nothing works. And you know what I say to them? I say, well, then what do you need me for? I can't help you. You've already tried everything. And they're like, okay, come on. So, and then I say to them, if you tried everything, I don't need to know everything you tried. Just tell me the 57 things that you've tried. We'll stop at 57. And they go, okay, well, and I'm like, have you tried 57? No. You know what I find out typically when somebody tells me I've tried everything? They've tried 3 things. Everything means 3. Write that down. Everything means 3. So he said, Jason, I tried everything to get somebody to find and buy my digital product. Okay, just name 27 of them. I don't remember them. That's generalization. All of us do it to some degree because we have this hardware called a human brain, which is incredibly fallible. And so we have to work around that if we want to get the best. So when we hear something, we have to say, am I generalizing this? Am I distorting this? Am I deleting this? The deleting one is difficult, right? And so I train you subconsciously because if we're talking about this, it's more difficult for you to understand and master it. But if you just hang around with me and you pick up on my language patterns and you pick up on the frames that I use and the communication structures and the models, you will automatically begin to adopt them because they're useful to you. And then you will get more as a result of that. So we teach this in Prosperity Algorithm. You can see why this doesn't play well with the masses. You can see why I'm not internet famous and I stay in the shadows because this is intense. This is a lot of stuff. I will show it to you because you've now seen it demonstrated in front of you. inside a prosperity algorithm, and even in offer modality, because at the heart of it, that's exactly what I do. This is also why I help you by giving you multiple perspectives at which you can look at the problem. Because the more way you can see something from more angles, the more insights you can get from it. The more insights you can get from it, the more outcomes you can generate because of it. And that's why we're here. Join him on. Was that good? Did you like that? This shit's for free, right? Nobody paid for this. This is free stuff. You paid for it because you made the effort to show up and be present today, and you were rewarded for that. All right. Where can we get access to Prosperity Algorithm? We already purchased Monetize. So here's what I got to do. Poor Max, I got to send him over access to that, and then he can distribute that to you. So please be patient with us, but we will certainly get that to you. Are we getting it if we only are in Monetize Pro or General 2? Any level of Monetize with me, you get it. You get these bonuses as long as you signed up before 2 days, before the end of today. I saw that because Shirley says, I signed up 2 days ago. Do you get this? You 100% get this. I always reward the early action takers. So all of you who signed up on day 1, you've gotten everything. All of those who signed up on day 2, you got most of the things. All of those who signed up on day 3, you got some of the things. We're now on day 4. So anybody who's already signed up has gotten everything from that day and the previous days. And this is true for this. So your investment on day 1 has gotten better every single day. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? After the subscription, how long do I have access to all this? 1 year for the software. Yeah, unlimited access for a year. You can sign up tomorrow or the day after. We are doing another session tomorrow. Iman has a new session that he's working on. He's going to drop some insights on mindset to you. That's tomorrow. I believe it's on mindset. I might be wrong now that I think of it, but you'll have to just tune in and find out. How's that for a retention tactic? That wasn't intentional, but Iman's training tomorrow, so we will extend the offer for sure to tomorrow. I want to say after that, maybe 4 days at most. I don't think it will be more available than 4 days after that at most. And it certainly could be less. That is not my call to make. I'm just going by the timelines of what the guys and I have planned for other stuff that we're doing. Yeah. So, because Jasmine said, I wish it was available to the end of this week. It's Thursday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it should be. Yeah. Comment. Okay. I'm obsessed with this. Working in Monetize now using Synthesize. Shout out to you, Jill. Thank you for commenting that. Blast Concepts says, I'm in, already subscribed to Monetize. Hell yeah. The competition is for paid members only. Yes. So when you sign up at Join Iman, the 90-day competition, when that starts in the near future, everybody starts at 0 and you sprint and you see who ends up on the leaderboard. Is WAP known much in Germany? I do not know if it is or not. Probably not. But I've keynoted, believe it or not, I'm big in Germany for some reason. I've keynoted the largest digital marketing conference in Germany twice, in Frankfurt a couple years ago, in Stuttgart a couple years prior to that. Spoke in front of 50 or 5,000 Germans. By the way, they told me, your humor will not go over well in Germany. And I said, I think it will. And then I get on stage. My humor did not go well over in Germany. There's a YouTube video of the whole presentation. Of the presentation that I did in Germany. And there's comments on it. They're like, man, what's wrong with this audience? But hey, I do me, right? WAP will eventually be known in Germany and France and name every other country that you can think of where there's real commerce taking place. I have a client in Germany who has a company now that's worth about $140 million. And I haven't called him back. Note to self, reach out to Marcel. Because, yeah, I mean, I got a lot of demand these days, but Germany's moving. So if you're in Germany or you want to market to Germans, WAP would be a fantastic thing to use. Do you have any people making money from Azerbaijan? I don't know. Probably, though. Did I pronounce that right? I only know Azerbaijan because of chess. I'm a kind of a chess guy. I'm not good at it, but I like to watch it. And there's some really good chess, believe it or not, that comes out of Azerbaijan. But I don't know if I'm saying it right. Can we get a copy of Jason's presentation? It will be on the YouTube channel for the next few days from Iman. Yep. How to get traffic without influencers, how to get traffic without influencers. Okay. I have never really gotten traffic directly from influencers. If I've gotten it, it's purely through word of mouth. So you don't need influencers in order to get traffic. In fact, I prefer not to deal with them. Now, a lot of people I know love dealing with them. I was just talking to a young gentleman the other day, 23-year-old kid named Connor. They scaled up their digital product business to $300,000 a month, spending just $4,000 with influencers. So they would reach out to influencers. They say, I pay you this much up front, a small amount of money. Once you hit these metrics on your video, then I will release this much money to you, and I will release up to $1,000 to you based upon you hitting these benchmarks. And so they would find these influencers. And you also have to mention my product at this point in time or sooner in the thing and yada, yada, yada. And so they spent on 4 influencers $1,000 a piece. And they got so much traction. Their digital product was in a marketplace. And when that marketplace saw the velocity of sales coming in from their digital product, it shot it up to the top. And then all these other users in the marketplace started buying it. And that's why they're up to $300,000 a month. So that's one of the ways you can work with influencers is just pay them. Just be cautious with that and start small and then scale. But just go to where people that would be a good fit for your product are and don't directly sell it to them. Take the information from that product that Synthesize can create for you, have Ghostwriter develop content to get attention from that product Synthesize created for you, and then use that content to answer questions people have in the locations that they hang out in online. So some of that's Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, believe it or not. Those can be a gold mine too. And any place where there's content and there's communication occurring, all of those are huge opportunities for sure. Memberships for a year. Yeah, and then you can renew if you wish to. If you don't make 10 times your investment back, then it's in perpetuity until you are successful. Yeah. What's the most valuable lesson that keeps showing up when creating digital products? I'll tell you. Oh, you want a story from Fladlin? You want to know about the time that we made $57.9 million in 226 days and set the record at the time for the biggest digital product launch of its kind? If you want to know that, drop story into the chat for me real quick. I want to tell you this one. This was a valuable one because I learned this lesson very, very late in my career, but once I learned it, I locked it in, and it has been the biggest secret to my success. Okay, good. All right, here it goes, right? Here's how that product launch started. It started with these famous words that came out of my crazy little brain when I go to my audience, because the best thing about a digital product business is once you get an audience, more money is made from existing customers than you'll ever make from new customers. So I work a small amount of customers and continue to serve them very long because once I have a customer and I've gotten a win for them, it's easy for them to want another win and I can provide just another win. So I do a lot with a little. So I go to my customer base of customers and I say to them, I'm not sure if this will work or not. That was the opening lines to this monumental campaign, which is still talked about today, many years later. I start the conversation out saying, I don't know if this will work or not. I said, I have this idea. It seems to be working for the few people who've tried it out, but all of those people were successful already. So I don't know if it works for people who aren't already successful, but here's what I'd like to do. I would like to run a test. I would like to do a beta test on this new concept and take you on to see if we can validate it, to see if it works as good as I think it will work. Are you interested? And then I laid down some of the parameters and some of the rules. This is what I said to the audience. I said, I'm not exactly sure how we're going to teach this yet. It was a digital product. I don't know what the structure of it is going to be exactly. We may have to change some things along the way as we fulfill and deliver upon it. I don't even have a members area for it yet. We don't have a logo created for this product yet. We don't even have a name for it. We have a placeholder name for it. a generic name, which, by the way, ended up being an awesome name when we used it after that. I said, so we're looking to try it out with just a few people to see if it works. Now, why do you think I did that? So this was the culmination of different experiences that I had that led me to do this digital product launch. Why do you think that I did that? And this is the most valuable lesson that I can give you, a direct lesson. Here's what I've learned. I had the curse of success in my career, and be careful because it might happen to you. I had a series of successes, one after the other, that led me to think that I was invincible, that if Jason Fladlin did it, it would work. That if I just showed up and had an idea, then it would work. And so I would then start to create elaborate products, and we would make it look really smooth and really awesome, and we would invest all this time and effort and energy into the thing. And man, it would look like $1 million, and it would be incredibly complicated, and it would take a large amount of time, effort, and energy to develop the thing. Because I thought everything that I touched turned to gold. And then I got humbled once, and I said, oops, but that was a fluke. And then I tried it again, and then I got humbled again. And then I say, I don't know as much as I think I know. So I changed the rules of the game. I said, how do I test and validate ideas out with the least amount of time, effort, risk, and energy, and then only back and put the resources behind the ones that with the least amount of time and energy to be validated show the most promise? And so then we started doing campaigns like that. So I did a campaign like that, and it freaking crushed it. And I was like, nice, because I went from idea to testing it with people paying me money immediately at the speed of light. Now, this is before AI. And so I did it for a product A, and that worked good. I did it for product B, that worked good. I did it for product C, that worked good. And I'm like, damn, we're cooking. We're making good money now, and we're never, ever taking any risk. And if the feedback looks good, we double down on it. If it doesn't look good, we kill it. Or we just say, cool, you got it. You knew the name of the game. The expectation was set going in. It was a beta test. And then that fourth product, that's when we hit gold. That was the Gusher. 57.9 million in 226 days. Because that initial beta group, it worked so incredibly good for them. We went back to everybody else and said, remember that thing we tested out on? These people got this result. It was insane. And we learned along the way as we created this product what we did right and what we didn't do right. And so then we launched the version 1 3 weeks after the beta. And we added some stuff to it. We dressed it up a little bit more, but not much more, because the market didn't care anymore what it looked like. They saw how incredibly effective it was. And that's how we did that. And that got us to 57.9 million in 226 days. Lightning in a bottle. All the conditions arose. But if I would have spent 2 or 3 months or 4 months trying to develop the product, or if I would have made it overly complicated, I still would have been successful in that particular area, but not quite as successful. So my biggest lesson that I can tell to you is validate small. Start with simple tests where you can't lose and you can only win. And that is a big lesson. Now, for you, it'll look a little bit different, but think about it. I gave you the same lesson earlier in the formal presentation. The first digital product that I created was 6 pages long, and I sold it for $4. And then I got validation in the marketplace. People bought that product and were like, damn, this thing is good. They say, I bought this product, and 20 minutes later, I'm already writing articles twice as fast as I was before the product. So they paid me $4, and in 20 minutes, they doubled their productivity. They got the best deal ever in their entire life. You know what every single customer wanted to do after that? Pay me more money for other things. So you want to start. Anaya talked about it earlier. She validated the product at $50 for something that they spent a single night developing, her and her husband. And then that turned into $1 million a month deal eventually, right? So even with AI, take the least the moving parts possible to validate an idea. Yeah. And I can show you what that looks like when you join, when you go to joiniman.com, because I will teach you that and offer modality. And of course, we have the resources and everything else that goes alongside of that in the Monetize program. Yeah. Good stuff, huh? See, Iman's not joking, right? I'm not a flash guy. Like, I appreciate it, but I live pretty simply. Truth be told, like in terms of like, you know, I don't have a lot of cars. I have a car. My wife has a Porsche, and I have a Tesla. Right? Like, so nice, but you know, not too out there. And I post more pictures of my dog than I do of like jets or anything like that. So you know, I like to contribute and live a quieter life. But this is kind of what this is behind the experience of all these years that I'm now investing into today with you. Hopefully, it's landing and you're resonating with it. At joiniman.com is where you can get going. Yeah, but that's a great. I'm loving that question. Thank you so much. Okay, I've been a Lash Tech trainer for 9 years. Interesting. A Lash Tech trainer for 9 years. I have a reformer studio as well, and I'm on a healing journey where I help others. What would you, with my story, turn into a digital product? I don't know if I would, because you have a solution looking for a problem. I would run it backwards. I would find problems already existing and then create solutions specific for those problems. But I bet, given your experience, there are certain specific problems that people would pay you to solve, and that's where I would start. Now, what I'd highly recommend, Danny, is I would run it through the AI, synthesize AI, and see what it suggests to you based on your background. I bet you it will uncover some gold for you. My wife, by the way, before she has a really successful business now in the legal space, but before that, she had a successful business as a, what do you call it? The eyebrow stuff. I'm a little tired. Like tattooing the eyebrows on. Oh my God, I can't believe that I'm forgetting this right now. She's going to kill me. But anyway, she would teach this skill. Maybe somebody could know what I'm talking about in the chat. The ladies would know. It's like where you like tattoo the eyebrows onto the eyes for women. If you take a beauty school or an esthetician and you teach her how to do this skill, microblading, that's what it was. I figured it out before somebody put it out there, right? And you teach them microblading, then they make a lot more money. My wife was one of the top microblading artists in the world, maybe the top microblading artist in the entire world. So she would go around and she would train and teach estheticians and beauty professionals how to add microblading into their business to make more money. If you can teach people how to make more money or save more money, you will always have a place in the digital product business. You will always be incredibly successful in that business. Yeah. Somebody says, hey, what's your net worth? Nice try, buddy. Some things are better left understated than overstated. Not enough, right? Like I'm hungry for more. But yeah, so that's what I would do is I would look at your expertise, but then I would utilize AI to uncover the problems and then match your expertise to those problems. Should I set up taxes before I start? I would not necessarily be too concerned about those problems, which are problems tomorrow, today. Obviously, do what you feel most comfortable with to create whatever structure you think makes most sense for you. I can only share my personal experience, and this is just for educational purposes. I started my first business, which was a music business in 2004, Flatland Productions, and all I did was walked across the street and opened up a bank account. I was in the U.S., they call this a sole proprietorship. So I had no liability protection. I had nothing, but I had checks with Flatland Productions on the name of it. So at least I could track the expenses that I paid in my music business and then write them off on my taxes at the end of the year. So some people want to set up everything before they try anything. They generally have a hard time in this business. Now I have a friend that does tax formation pretty simply, but and a lot of people like that. So I think when it's time, you go and you find a professional that can help you sort it out, and it will be different for different people. You just got to determine when is that time and how important is that to you. I find it's better to have something worth protecting first instead of trying to protect something that doesn't exist. That is just my personal experience on this. WAP space for Spanish products, absolutely. Is access to monetize for 1 year? Yep. Okay. WAP is separate. Like once you start selling there, you could sell there forever. Yep. How to negotiate with influence. I don't know what that means. It's an interesting concept, though. I have 106,000 monthly viewers on Pinterest. Can I use this to the advantage? Maybe. Not all views are created equal, but you should do a test. You should reach out and see if anybody would respond. We say, hey, listen, if I created a product on this, would you like to know more information about it? We call that a feeler campaign. And then you can see what, if any, response that you get. Pinterest is a great place to sell, by the way. If the economy was a gender, it would be female. Women directly or indirectly influence 80% of all consumer ads or consumer spend in the economy. And so Pinterest is predominantly women-centric commerce. Very rabid buyers on Pinterest. A lot of money to be made on Pinterest. So I would try it out for sure. Okay. Unfortunately, debit cards, and especially in certain areas, my wife is from Romania, and it's so funny. She's like, Jason, I'm having people reach out to me who are in Romania saying, can you talk to your husband to see if I can pay? And she's like, the debit card is the issue in Europe, especially in Romania. So there are alternative options if you can't make any of them work. And when you go to joiningmon.com, then hit that WhatsApp at the bottom of the page, the WhatsApp support there, or email support@monetize.com. That's monetize with an S, the London spelling, the UK spelling of it. And maybe they can arrange alternatives, ways for you to sign up. Same thing with multiple cards as well. I'm going to check in with you in a second, everybody, but I want to go through the rest of these questions real quick. How can you manage all those people and concentrate in all problems? You do the best you can. At least that's what I do. You just do the best you can. How can you prevent people from stealing your digital products? Don't sell any of them. That's how you prevent people from stealing your digital products. It's like that old saying, if you never want to be criticized, do nothing, say nothing, be nothing, right? If you never want to have somebody get their hands on your digital product, never sell it ever. Piracy for digital products is a thing, but it's a very minor thing, and it only occurs after you have achieved a lot of success. And often, if you use the platforms that we recommend, it is even less of a thing. But most people prefer to pay for problems, pay to solve problems, and to try to find a way to steal them. So it is an issue, but it's so small of an issue. It is like the issue of if I go outside and cross the street, somebody might hit me with a car. So therefore, I should never go out and cross the street, right? It is such a minor thing that I would not be that concerned with it at all. Now, once you get bigger, it does become a bigger concern, and then there are services and there are people that you can pay to do protection on that 100%. At one point in time, if you're selling $1 million a month, then it makes sense to invest in some of those systems. But oftentimes, you're not that big of a deal yet. So people buy your products or they don't buy your products, and there's no in between. Does this sessions count as socials? Yeah, for me, this is my social media. Yeah. Okay, I like this one from Roland. Jason, please answer this question. This was how he typed it out. Will I actually make good money just from traffic and WAP, or do I advertise it? So here's my suggestion to you. Never rely only and solely on one channel. You should start with one channel and get some results from it, but you should diversify your channel reach. So you should get buyers from multiple different sources. And one source will outperform the other, so then you can spend more time on that one source. But you don't know what that is like until you try multiple sources. Even still, let me tell you this little thought. I got a little thought exercise for you. If you're walking down the street and you see a $100 bill on the ground, a $50 bill on the ground, a $20 bill on the ground, a $10 bill on the ground, a $5 bill on the ground, and a $1 bill on the ground, which one do you pick up? And then I'll tell you the bonus and the offer again, Hase, since you asked. Which one do you pick up when you find a 100, a 50, a 20, a 10, a 5, and a 1? Yeah, you pick all of them up. Belko picks none of them up. Belko leaves them for the rest of us. You pick all of them up, right? So just because one source produces, say, 50 and another produces 100, that doesn't mean you don't also use the sources that produce 20, 10, 5, and 1. It's a huge mistake. Really smart entrepreneurs make this mistake constantly. They say, Jason, this one channel's doing really good. These other 3 channels are doing okay. So I'm just going to kill these other 3 channels and focus on this one. And I'm like, please do not. Do not. Now, if one takes resources away from the other, that's a different conversation. But oftentimes you have different sources that will perform at different rates, but this isn't a contest. We take all the money. We take it all. And we should always be adding sources because then there's a multiplicative effect. Here's where you really start making money. This is a little bit beyond your first 90 days. But if you want to win the Monetize contest, you want a secret to win Monetize Mania? Are you ready for this? Flatland's going to give you a little bit of game on this, okay? If you want to win Monetize Mania, or at least stack the deck in your favor to have the best chance of winning Monetize Mania, you should be omnipresent. Meaning you should be on multiple different channels simultaneously. And let me tell you why. Not because you'll reach different individuals on different channels, although you will, 100%. It's because you will reach the same person on multiple channels. And the first time they see you, whatever. They see you over here, they see you over there, then you'll see you over there. And like the 3rd or 4th time they see you, they conclude this person must be a big deal. Not because you are. You may or may not be a big deal. I don't know. But because they see you everywhere, then they conclude you are a big deal, and then they buy from you. But it takes a couple different touches from a couple different platforms to really hit a huge home run. Now, I don't recommend you try 5 channels simultaneously all at once initially. But what I do recommend is you get a channel moving and running and operating, and then you add a second to it and a third to it. So not only will you get individual buyers from channel A, B, and C, where you would miss channel B and channel C if you were only on A, but you will also get buyers who are on both channels A and B, or on both channels B and C, or on all channels A, B, and C. And if you only touch them on one of those channels, you would not get the sale. But if you touch them on 2 of the channels, you'll get some of the sales. And if you touch them on all 3 channels, you'll get all of the sales. And this is what you really want to do if you want to win Monetize Mania. You want to be there so you get individual buyers from each channel, and you get buyers because they see you on multiple different channels. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Now you got to go kind of hard if you want to do that. Like you got to be a little bit aggressive. You got to push a little bit. You don't have to win the contest. And win or lose the contest is not going to matter overall in your life. Like it really won't make a difference at the end of your life whether you won or didn't win the Monetize Mania. But man, it's fun to have goals. They can bring the best out of you. And goals have deadlines, and goals have stakes. So that's one of the ways to motivate you. Anybody can sprint for 90 days. Anybody can go hard for a short period of time. And most of the success is you go hard for a short period of time, and then you're regular for most of the time. Like I don't do these 4-hour long sessions every day. I go hard for a short period of time with you, and then I take long periods of rest. 20% of your efforts get 80% of your results. So I put 80% of my time into those 20% of efforts. I put 100% of my time into 20% of efforts to get 80% of the results. And then I can take off more time than anybody else takes off. Because in the few weeks that I worked, I made more for the rest of the year than people who just work the rest of the year regularly. So it's good to have focused sprints and then ease off for long periods of time, and then focus sprints again. Because what you do is you create momentum in different directions, and then it kind of takes off and has a mind of its own. Just something from my experience in this business. But yeah, you don't need social media at all. Okay. If you've signed up for Monetize and for whatever reason you don't get access to it or whatever, reach out to support@monetize.com and they can take care of you for sure. One of the difficulties of me working with YouTube Live, by the way, when I do these for clients, they're much lower scale. Like we have 3,082 people on right now. Most of the events I work with have hundreds of people, 200, 300 people. Now they're usually, $100,000 a year or $1 million a year businesses are up, right? So we get a lot with the little, but we work on it, and we can have like 6 support agents in, and we use like Zoom and other platforms, and we have it and we can feed it back over. You just can't do this on YouTube Live. But YouTube Live does something no other platform can do, is it can take on so many people at scale. So just hit up support at monetize.com if you signed up and for whatever reason you didn't get to the final page. It happens. Not very often, but it happens. Okay. If you have trouble signing up, but you attempted to sign up tonight and then it goes through after we sign off today, you will still get my bonuses. Yeah. Because we can track that. But you have to show that you signed up before the end of the session here today to get my bonuses. JoinIman.com. There's no information about my bonuses. These are presentation-only bonuses. Oh, yeah, thank you. I was going to run them through again. Okay. Let me do this. Let me just run through the whole offer very quickly. I don't know if you noticed this, but when I present, like, I cut a lot of the offer slides down and I ran through it pretty fast today already as it is. Because what I really know is what the offer is high level. You know how valuable it is. You know everything that's involved in it. What really is the difference maker is having these conversations and really seeing if it fits right with you. So you get Monetize itself, which is the training process that shows you the 4-step system so you can create a product, launch a product, monetize the product, and scale the product. And then you can repeat that. So that's the core, is that training. Then you get Synthesize AI 3.0, which is a major upgrade over the previous version. It's awesome. And this will create your digital products for you. Then you get Ghostwriter OS, and this will allow you to create the content that will attract the people to your digital products and that will convert those people for your digital products. You get the perfect product insurance policy, and that is if you don't 10x your investment, then after 60 days, if it's not a 10x investment, all the resources in the team will still be there for you to support you forever in perpetuity until you hit that 10x investment. You get 7 coaching sessions per week for the next 52 weeks. And that coaching is unbelievable. If you listen to the success stories I interviewed this week, every single one of them referenced how valuable that coaching is. You get the digital product formula, which is Iman himself specifically applying the 4-step process recorded over his shoulder as he develops digital products with it. You get the ability to get into Monetize Mania, which is a contest that will start in the near future. It's a 90-day sprint with $350,000 worth of prizes. And if you're one of the top 10 sellers in Monetize, then you win a prize. If you're number one, you win one of these bad boys. Oh, God, I love this one. Patek Philippe. Not this model. This one's a little bit higher end. But you win. It's like a $40,000 Patek watch. Then 2 through 4, I believe it is. You win Rolexes. And then the rest of you in the bottom 5 would win Cartier watches, I think. Somewhere around there. I might be 1 or 2 off. Those watches are awesome. And you all win a ticket. To Quantum Mastermind, which is their $25,000 a year mastermind, to come to Dubai and be in that room, and you want to be in that room. So that is the core offer there with the bonuses, and then my 2 extra special bonuses. Prosperity Algorithm. This is the 18 years of the strategic thinking that I do to create prosperity in my life. And I called it prosperity and not wealth, because I wanted to be more clear. So prosperity to me means a wealth of wealths. Ooh, that's good, isn't it? I should have led with that. A wealth of wealths. So prosperity means financially prosperous. It means relationship prosperous. It means health prosperous. It means spiritually prosperous. So what are the inputs in that algorithm to unlock prosperity in all of those areas? And I have a training program that I designed for my high-level peeps on my specific approach to unlocking prosperity, the algorithm I use. So I sat down one day, here's the origin story of this, and I say, what is every factor that I can possibly, this is how I crack every algorithm, by the way. All right, so pull up a chair. Let me take a drink. I'm going to tell you systematically I've cracked every algorithm that I went against. I wish I liked social media, because I would crack that algorithm in a minute if I was so inclined. This is how I cracked down every algorithm. This is how we cracked Amazon as an algorithm. which is an algorithm I liked because damn, there's a lot of money on Amazon. So anyway, you start with saying, let's identify every single factor, big or small, that can contribute to the output. So what is every single input that if we tried it would have some sort of effect on the result? And then you list them all down. Every single one, big or small. Just list them all down. So on Amazon, here are the factors involved in it, right? And then you would go through them. You're like, okay, sales velocity, that is actually one of the biggest factors. The price is not a factor on Amazon. You would think it is, but you would list it, and then you would realize the price of the product has very little to do with how Amazon ranks it. And you would find how somebody buys it, depending on the path they take to buy it, would have a large effect determining on how Amazon ranks the product. So you would list all these factors. I'm just distilling it down on Amazon, what you found out at the end of the day. So with prosperity, I identified 63 different inputs that could influence prosperity. And then I went and I sorted and I organized them and I validated them based on what I thought were the most important versus the least important, because this is a principle in every single activity you ever do. A few of the inputs give you a majority of the results. So, a few people make most of the money. A few buyers buy most of the stuff. A few drivers create most of the accidents. And so on and so forth, right? A few principles influence most of the success in any endeavor. So if you look at that and you start to analyze the 63 factors of prosperity, I identified the top 10. I also found you can combine some of the factors together. Some of them were redundant. They were pretty much saying the same thing. And then I drilled it down to 10 primary factors that have a major influence on prosperity. And then I did a training session on all 10 of those factors. So we deep dive on all 10 of those factors. So all you got to do is track 10 different things to massively influence the prosperity in your life. An abundance of abundances. And so you get the training on all 10 of those factors. And I thought very deeply on each one of those before I put that training together. Yeah. So you get that. And then you also get offer modality. So prosperity algorithm is very how you think, and offer modality is the exact opposite. It's a 100% procedural. You say, if I'm going to construct the most compelling offer for anything that I can sell online, what are the things that influence this the most? What are the deliverables, and how do I position those deliverables? How do I manage price? How do I introduce bonuses? How do I reduce risk? How do I create urgency, et cetera, et cetera? And then I went through 18 years of my career. Every offer that I was a part of, every success that I had, every record that I broke, everything that was a winner. And I've had so many different winners in this business. And I isolated every aspect and component of every one of those offers. And then I built models around them for strategies on each and every effective thing that I did to be successful selling over $250 million of product, digital products. Mostly digital products. Yeah. And now you get the result of that. But I don't just give it to you. I'm going to walk you through it and train you on it live in the future. So we got to schedule a time. We don't have a time scheduled yet, but we will. And then we'll contact you and we'll get you the invitation. I'll do it privately on Zoom. We can interact just like we're interacting here, only easier because we'll be on Zoom. So we can manage the chat much better. And then I'll give you that document. I will give you the recording of that training as well. And that's offer modality. So one is very strategic, straightforward, step-by-step of how to make the best offers possible for what you sell for your digital products. And then the other one is the thinking involved to make you as successful as possible. So I gave you a little bit of each. Isn't that cool? The catch with those is they're only available until the end of the session here tonight. And you can find them at joiniman.com. I just realized I'm like, it's 12:41 a.m. I'm like, I know it's late, but I feel a little bit tireder than normal when I would hit 12:41 previous days. And then I remembered I did a whole formal training session today. I'm like, that is why. Okay, I got an important question for you. Who here is seriously consider investing. You haven't invested yet, but it is a serious consideration. You're leaning towards it, and you're seriously thinking, yes, I might invest in this. If you are thinking that, put yes into the chat for me right now, so I can kind of get a gauge of how many people. Because this is fun, and I like training, and I like doing this, but I want to really know if there's some serious intent or not. It doesn't have to be a yes, I absolutely will. It's just I'm leaning in that direction, and I'm seriously considering it. Okay, so we have a lot of people. Okay, now I'm going to validate that because it's easy to say yes or it's easy to say me. If you are, and my team, my copy cubs, pay very close attention because I want you to watch the chat and clip these for me so I can answer them. If you are seriously considering investing, what do you need to know more than anything that would help you make the yes decision or the no decision? What is the most important factor that would help you determine if your serious consideration would become a hard 100% yes? Now type that into the chat. And if you need a minute to type it, because it's, you got to write it out, then take a minute to type it. And my team is going to watch like a hawk, hopefully. I'm assuming they are. Let me pull up the doc because I can see him in the doc. Okay, I see Izzy's the only one logged in. The other two, I got an anonymous fox and an anonymous panda. So I have 3 of my cubs in there right now, I think. And I'm going to watch it like a hawk. But tell me, what is the thing that you need to hear that would turn a serious consideration either into a hard yes, I'm 100% in, or into a hard no, okay, I got the clarity and know that right now this doesn't make sense for me to invest in. Put that into the chat right now. And then we can look at it together. And then we can determine if it makes sense for you. Oh, man, I love my guys so much. They already put in a serious consideration questions header in the doc right here. Here's a fact about this business. And this is why I like faceless digital products, because they're a little bit different. We're selling face. Look at this face. We're selling facing digital products, and we're selling expert facing digital products. And so it's easy for you to conclude that it all happens because of one person that makes it all occur. But that is the worst way to do it. It's always better to be in groups. It's always better to be in communities. It's always great to have help. And at first, you don't have to pay for it. You can partner with other people. You could say, I'll help you. In exchange, you help me. You can join communities for your paid. You got to be careful of joining the wrong communities, but the right communities can be incredibly helpful. But eventually, when you start cooking, you will collect really cool people in your life. And then if you're like me, they see only me or they see only Iman, but there's a whole team behind us that are just incredible, that help to serve you and help to serve me. All the slides that you saw me do today, I did maybe 1% of the development of those slides. Iman's team built all of the slides for me. I wrote the script, and then they put them into slides, and then we adjusted them and refined them. You go further together. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. But cool, we got some serious consideration questions already in here. And keep typing them. We'll watch them, all right? So I want to go longer, but I am dealing with an issue, and the issue is I'm pretty tired, but I'm going to power through for a little bit more, and I got a session tomorrow as well. I mean, I'm going to come back in tomorrow. Iman's going to run the session. Karen says the support from the team will surely be available. That is a valid question. So there are 2 types of support that you're going to see. You're seeing the support pre the program starting, and then you will see the support after we close the card on this thing, shut the offer down, and not open it again for the rest of the year, okay? The support on the inside for customers, it's a different kind of experience. And then once we're done with this mega launch here, which went out to like 1 million plus people, then support resources are freed up entirely to devote to existing and new monetized members. And then you have levels and layers of support. So that's one area that I'm extremely confident that you will be taken care of is on the support side, 100%. I've seen the support. Now, again, this is not a fair comparison. The support is around the clock to help assist people with enrolling and signing up. And there's all sorts of people all over the world. And this is pre-fulfillment support, which is different than post-fulfillment support. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, I am 100% solid and confident about the support behind this. Now, does that mean that support won't make mistakes? Support always makes mistakes. Does that mean that sometimes something will fall through the crack and you have to ask again? Of course it does. But the resource is there and it's valuable and it's really good. One of the things that we do, one of the ways that I treat myself, I invest more in experiences than things. And my wife and I, we really like to go and we like to do these mini vacations at really nice places. So last year when we were living in France before we moved back to LA, we were living in the south of France, and one day we drove up to Portofino. And if you ever have a chance to go. And we went in the off season, and we went when the Belmont opened up the very first week. And there's this beautiful Belmont, and you could see the water right outside of it. And we got the balcony view, and this was amazing. Just an incredible experience. And, they messed a couple things up. They didn't get everything right. What frustrated me is because we drove from Cannes over there to Portofino. It's like a 3-hour drive. And we had a Tesla over there. Again, don't tell Iman. We rented a Tesla. We had a Tesla the whole time that we lived over there. So we drive over there. We get to Portofino. They have 2 chargers in the whole town of Portofino. 2 chargers. And they're not fast chargers. They're regular chargers. And the hotel gets access to one. And they told us they would put it on the charger for us, and they didn't. And it was frustrating. But, and this is like a $2,000 a night kind of a deal. But you know what else they have? When we first got there, there's this little famous ice cream place near the Belmont there. And my wife says when they came up to us with some water and some champagne, and they said, as we get your stuff ready, they're feeding us like little things. They said, my wife says, man, we'd like some ice cream. And they said, we will go get it for you, even though there's a line. And then she says, my husband really likes pistachio ice cream. And it wasn't on the menu. And they go, okay, well, what else would he like? And so we told him something else. He comes back. He had them make pistachio ice cream for me privately. So we didn't have to stand in a line. They went and they got it for us. They brought it back and they made me something special. So we tolerated the issue of the Tesla and a couple other little things that slipped through the cracks because overall the experience was incredible. And not on the small little things that can and will go wrong, that always go wrong no matter what organization you're in. And so that is what I'm confident in, is that we have the resources and 100% to take care of you and support you. And just look at the people we brought on who've been part of this before and how excited and happy they are. It was a great question. Thank you for asking it. And it was funny because Deepa asked the same question. Spread says, now, by the way, if that resonates with you and that was enough, let me know if that was good enough for you to go to joiniman.com and sign up. Spread Dark, great name. Spread Dark. Let's spread darkness on the areas of our life that no longer serve us. Ask how to scale. Okay, that's your big question. I'm going to push back on you a little bit gently because I want to get more clarity on that. What does scale look like for you? What would it be? What would you consider a success? If I did X, then that would be scale for me. Let me know, Spread Dark, and then I'll have my team look for it and put it back in here. Mr. Fallon 21 says, know that I will earn profit. All right? How much profit? If I gave you $5 out of my own pocket and said, here's your profit, then would you sign up for joiniman.com? I'm being facetious, of course. So we need more clarity, and this is what we're finding in most of these instances. How much profit would be enough profit for you to feel comfortable with so you can move forward and go to joiniman.com? By the way, I'm teaching you how to work through and untangle things that are getting you stuck right now. So independent of you signing up or not, this is useful for you to see how I'm modeling this for you right now. Because we got to determine what earned profit means specifically, and then we would just develop a plan, and then we would measure the probability of which we would think that we could achieve that plan with. Indaya says, I got the how to create, just not how to monetize. Really. Fair enough. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. Let me run it a different way. Okay. So there are 3 things and 3 things only in this digital product business that you need in order to make money. You need a product. That's your digital product. That's your asset. You need a page that explains the benefits of your product so somebody who's a right fit will purchase it. So that's the second thing. So you need a product, you need a page, and then you need an audience. You need to have an audience visit that page and have some people within that audience respond positively to that page and say yes and pay you for your digital product. Those are the only 3 things you need. So the monetization side of the things is the page itself, and then the content or the strategy that brings people to the page. That's it. Okay. So Ghostwriter OS is the most effective way to A, create that conversion page, and then B, create the content that will get attention to bring it there. And there are other strategies that you can do for monetization. Okay. So you can create content yourself to attract a new audience to your offer, or you can find people that already have an audience and work with them to have them send their audience to your offer. Those are the 2 main free ways that you can do it. You can pay for advertising, but I don't recommend you start there unless you already have experience, right? So there's 2 ways you get it. You either attract an audience to you that's new, or you tap into somebody else's existing audience. There is a third option, actually, which I'm leaving out, but I bet you would have this and not realize you do. It is called the warm audience. So Anaya earlier had a warm audience. She knew a few friends. She knew a few people that she had connections with. And they were part of the original people that paid her $800 in total for her first digital product. So a lot of you actually have people you can already reach, but you just discount them. See, I don't really talk about this point too much because people will resist it. Remember the 3 ways in which people deal with information? They delete it, they distort it, or they generalize it. People will delete this information usually, or they will distort it. Many of you already have an audience that would pay you money already. Yeah, you already do. You already have some sort of presence online, even if it's a small one, and you already have people that you interact with that have problems that you could connect products to. You already have that, okay? I don't really emphasize that point because most of you will not accept that. So I don't try to sell you on a concept that you just can't accept. So I go and pick the lock another way to unlock the limitation that's holding you back. But that's also true. It's more true than you would believe. But if that makes sense, let me know. And if we need to clarify a little bit more, I can, because I can get into the weeds too. But fundamentally, I say, where are people already at? Where are they already spending money? And how can I get some of those people to spend it with me instead? That's the answer. I'll talk about Etsy as a bonus to my offer modality training. That was just a spur of the moment thing. Etsy is an example of a marketplace that is undervalued when it comes to digital products. Every social media channel is useful. Every single one of them. AI right now, believe it or not, general AI is making recommendations to people's digital products and skipping Google completely. And there's strategies that you can do to get into that as well. And we don't teach those in Monetize. And I haven't figured those out completely yet, but I've been having happy accidents occur. Yeah. Okay. Dark Spread responded, I mean, expand my number of sales. Bro, you got to give me a little bit more effort. I love you, man, but you're not helping. Expand my number of sales. Expand it by how much? What number of sales do you have right now, and how much should we expand it by? All right. I'm going to tell you a quick story. I'll try to tell you a story quickly that I think is very illustrative of the point. My business partner, Will Wilson, he's been my business partner for 15 years. And when we used to be in the Amazon space, we would have people come to us on Amazon, and we would do calls with them after they bought the Amazon digital product because we had this guarantee. We're like, if you don't make this amount of sales, then we will work with you till you do. It's very similar to joiniman.com, the guarantee there. And Will would get on the phone with these customers, and he would say, well, what's your goal? How much product do you want to sell? And they say, I would like to sell $25,000 of this product. And he goes, okay, what does the product retail for right now? And for sake of math, I'm just going to make it easy. They say, He goes, what does it cost you to fulfill on that product? And they would say like $10. And he goes, okay, so in order for you to make $25,000, you would have to sell 2,500 products to net profit per product $10 a product. And they're like, yeah, I got it. He goes, okay, so what's your upfront cost to acquire $2,500 or 205,000 units worth of inventory? And then they would tell him, well, per piece of inventory up front cost me this amount of money. Usually, let's say in this case, $20. And he goes, okay, cool. Do you have $50,000 lying around to invest in inventory to make, sell $75,000 worth of product to net profit $25,000 in your pocket in the next 90 days? And they would be like, huh. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, you got to run it all the way through. Then it becomes easy and manageable. And so what Will would do, because he was really good at this, he would say, can I suggest to you a different goal? And they would say yes, because now they ran it all the way through. And they say, okay. So a lot of your challenge with moving forward, and I'm not just talking about with investing at joiningmon.com, just in general, is your targets are too fuzzy. I can't hit a fuzzy target. I need clear targets, and I like small, realistic, very extremely realistic targets. Okay? I'm going to ask you a piece of trivia right now, and we'll see if anybody gets it. Okay? Earlier, I mentioned this very briefly in my presentation. I'm thinking if somebody gets this, I would like to give them some sort of prize for free, but I don't want to get crazy with it. I will give somebody for free prosperity algorithm if they get this answer right, whether you invested or not. And if you invested, then we'll give you something else for free. Those who were able to sell one product and only one product in the last monetized 2.0, what was their average total amount of revenue if they could just sell one product? I want the exact precise number. I mentioned it. I did not make a big deal out of it, but it's a fact. Not 163K. Nope. Not 64K. Not 60K. 60K is close, though. That's a hint for you. 60K is very, very close. 64,003 is not quite right, but you're hot. You're almost there. Okay? Hey, Barth. Good to see you. My friend's here. Hey, good to see you. We're gonna watch the game, the UCLA Iowa game. Nobody's got it, I don't think. Okay, CS2 Enjoyer, I'm gonna give it to you. Team, just check the chat real quick. The answer is 60,003. Vinny got it. $60,003. Okay? $60,003. Anybody else who got it after that does not get any prize. Sorry. Benny, if you did, if you signed up, then just let us know. If you signed up at joiningmon.com and you're already a customer, then it's easy for me. I'll be able to get you a prize, one of my courses. If you haven't, then you just hit me up. Find me on the internet. I can be found if you look, and then I can give that to you. But you gotta reference the fact, and you gotta let me know that it was you that said that. Okay? Yeah, $60,003 on average. That's how you know it's not made up, by the way, because it's such a weird number. If they could just get one. If they could just get one product sell. So the difference is 0 to 60,003. Okay? I didn't use that number, even though it's true, because truth is sometimes stranger than fiction. I knew it would be hard for most people to accept if I came out there and utilized that number. So I didn't really bring it up that much, but that's the fact. And so what we do is we make a target so fucking small that we can hit that. One. I just want you to sell one. Because now we go from 0 to 1. Now we go from nothing to something. Now we go from no momentum to some momentum. I'm a huge fan of the laws of motion, and I'm a huge fan of physics. And there are 3 things in physics that are true in the laws of motion. An object at rest stays at rest. So if you're not making cells right now, it's incredibly difficult to get you to make a single cell because you're at rest. An object in motion stays in motion. So once you start to make a cell, then it becomes very easy. It becomes harder to stop making cells than to continue to make cells once you are in motion, unless acted on by an outside force. So I'm the outside force that is acting upon you right now to take you from rest into motion. Once you get in motion, some significant force has to be acted upon you to take you out of motion. So I would say to you then that I wouldn't be too worried about expanding my number of cells if I'm not making cells. Now, if you're making cells and you're hitting a limit, that's a different story. I have a variety of different things that I could work with to try to unlimit you to go through the next level, because there's always levels, by the way, okay? There's always levels. Here's another story. Some of you are going to get sick of me talking about my wife all the time, but hey, I love her, so what can you do? Last time my wife and I were in Dubai, Iman is so cool. Like, he arranges a driver to take care of us and take us anywhere we need to go. This guy is as classy as class can get. It was one of my favorite reasons that I like to work with him. I have many reasons that I like to work with him, and that's at the top of the list too. With the rest, there's a lot at the top, but anyway. So I was working over here. My wife was at the Burj Khalifa because she had some people from her company that she was meeting over there. And then Iman sends the driver over there to pick her up, and the driver pulls up, and it's a nice car. And he goes, "I'm in this car." And she goes, "Cool, one problem. There's 7 of these exact same cars parked out front. And these are pretty nice cars." And I laughed with her later on it. I'm like, in what world does it make sense other than Dubai that there would be 7 cars like this? I've never seen 7 cars like that in my entire life before. And then there are 7 that are waiting outside of the Burj Khalifa, right? So there's levels to this. Like, you can always go up a level, and there's always a limitation at each level that prevents you from going to the next level. So there's levels to it. So if you're hitting a limit and you want to go to the next limit, I can help you with that. But right now, the first limit is going from 0 to 1 for most of you. And that's why we put the contests in place. That's why we have the resources in place. That's why we have the coaching in place. That's why we are holistically 360 degrees trying to provide every single resource and asset to you that we possibly can to help you with this. I already reached a roadblock after joining 2 days ago. Devin, you're killing me. What should I do? Well, what have you tried to do? What are the 3 things that you attempted to do, and of those 3 things, did any of them have merit? Does it make sense to make an adjustment on what you already tried to do, or should you try new things instead? Okay? Who did you reach out to, or have you reached out to anyone yet that could help you with this? Is it okay to wait? Sometimes roadblocks remove themselves if we wait, and then the coaching will kick in pretty soon, and can we use the coaching, right? Let me remind you of a thinking strategy that has served me very well in my life. I've talked about it before. There are 2 ways you can deal with anything. There's the frame. There's 2 frames that you can take on with anything that you encounter. You can take on a problem frame, or you can take on a solution frame. That's it. Every single thing you encounter, you can look at it from 2 lenses. So, one lens is, I can't get an audience to find my digital product. That's a problem frame. A solution frame would be, who is getting people to find, to get buyers that I can model? A different solution frame is where are the people that need this hanging out, and how do I walk amongst them? A problem frame is, I procrastinate and I have trouble taking action. A solution frame says, what areas do I have no problem taking action in? And how can I bring some of that into this situation? And these are just examples. I could rattle off 1,000 more, right? This is a muscle that you condition. When I encounter something, am I in a problem frame or am I in a solution frame? And if I'm in a problem frame, then let me try on a solution frame. And then once I'm in a solution frame, let me explore various different types of solutions within that frame. And sometimes you need help, right? And that's why coaching is so effective on this. But for you right now, just enjoy and bask in the glow of making a good decision for investing. And just let it work itself for a little bit. And then when the resources all become available, this probably becomes moot. The worst thing you can do is solve a problem that doesn't even need solved in the first place. Some problems can just exist. We don't have to solve them. I need to convince my parents. Yeah. So I take a lot of shit from the outsiders in the peanut gallery when they say, oh, Fladland's telling kids to spend their parents' money on it. It's such an overly out of context position that some people take. Fans. We call them all fans. We don't call them haters. We call them all fans, right? I will suggest to you a strategy of communication that will be useful to you beyond whether or not you are going to try to convince your parents or not to help you with this investment, right? But let's just take the scenario, okay? If you need help from somebody, you can come to them and you can determine what their values are. So like in this particular scenario, you would have to know, what do your parents want from you and what would make them happy if you were to show up with it? What values that they have that you can align with so you can give them what they want while you get what you want. And this works for parents, this works for partners, this works for friends, this works for acquaintances, this works for strangers, right? If I want to be able to connect with you, I first have to understand what you need and how I can show up. And then I have to check, is it something that I'm okay with? And is it within my means? And does this make sense? And then there's a variety of ways you can have that talk. But some of the ways that is really simple. You could say to them, listen, I want to invest in myself to better myself. I believe that this is an opportunity for me to do just that. Here's what I'm willing to do to prove to you that I would be a good investment for you to invest in. Here's what and if I screw this up, here's how I will pay you for it. Here's how I will pay you back. I'll tell you how we do it with kids, okay? And then some fucking idiot is going to clip this and then say that I'm telling kids how to get their parents to buy, make money online programs. But whatever, right? I do this with my kids. I will give my kids any amount of money if they can convince me that it's a good investment. The answer is never no. The answer is always yes, when, or yes, if, right? And that's it. So we pay our kids $25 for every book that they read. So if my child came to me and wanted to buy a $2,000 digital product program, I said, well, what would you be willing to do for me in order for me to pay for this program for you? I mean, this is what we do, okay? And I said, okay, we pay you $25 per book that you read. How many books would that be? That's 10 books. 10 books is $250, right? So that's a lot of books. What else could you do? There's other things that you could do as well. And then I would sit down with them and I would make a deal and we would create a contract. And then we would both sign that contract. This is what we do with our kids. This is how rich people raise their kids, by the way, for the most part. It is a tragedy that a lot of parents don't do what I'm talking about right here. When we flew back from France, this is so fun. I wrote up a little writing on this. My clients love this. My kids wanted to fly, business class back. This is a 9-hour flight from Europe. And I said, sure, no problem. I'll buy you a business class ticket. How much do you think it cost? And then they told me what they thought it was. It was not that. It was more than they thought. And I said, I'm still willing to buy you this ticket. Let's work a deal out. What would you be willing to do in order for me to buy this ticket for you? Sell me on it and show me why this makes sense, and I will totally buy you this ticket. And then we explored ideas. The kids determined that they didn't want to do the work to get the ticket. They flew economy and I flew first class. And they were okay with it. Nobody threw a fit. Nobody got upset. There was no argument on it. I gave them the options, and then they chose the option that they felt suited them the best. And when I was telling this, because a lot of my rich friends, they have a lot of problem with entitlement, and they have a lot of problems with, feeling guilty over that kind of stuff and creating issues. And it's a challenge, right? It's a first world problem, of course. But this is the concept behind it. It's a solution frame. And so you could go to somebody who you would need help with to make this investment, and you could say, I really want to do this. I understand that it probably I'm asking a lot from you, and that this feels like a risk on your part, but I would love to explore a way in which maybe we can find a way where you can back me in this, and then I can do this for you in return. And this is a skill set that I would love for you to learn, regardless of whether you invest with us at joiniman.com. Yeah. Yeah. I used to not do that with the kids. I tried a different way. My wife really helped me out with that. Because I did create some entitlement, and you learn, you do the best you can, and then you reflect on it, and then you get better. And that was a complete game changer, Now, it's a whole different world depending on where you're at in the world. I was extremely poor growing up, and so we would eat at McDonald's because that was really cheap junk fast food, and I ate a lot of that growing up. My wife grew up in Romania. She was born shortly after communism fell over there. So they had to save up 2 months to go to McDonald's. So you value things differently depending on what you had to do to acquire them. The fruit is sweeter the higher up the tree you climb to pick it. And so when you communicate with anybody to help get you what you want, in this case to invest, you just have to say, this is what I'm willing to do for you, and this is the penalty if I don't follow through on my word. And then if they're reasonable, great. Not everybody's reasonable, but it's worth the effort. Not for what they'll say to you, but what you will experience and how you'll grow as an individual when you have that conversation. Yeah. I think we got to wrap here pretty soon. I'm running on fumes. Okay, I got a couple more questions. God, there's so many good questions. God, I appreciate you so much. I'm going to run through these a little bit faster. I tend to get into the weeds too much. That's not a flaw, but it's just given the final limit that we have on our time here, and I'm just getting really tired. But I'm going to answer these last questions here very quickly, and we'll wrap up. Juan says, I'm waiting for, my partner. Yep, that's fine. Just wait. And then when you have the funds, sign up for it. We'll be here for a couple more days with the card open. Obviously, you don't get the bonuses, but hey, still worth it. Mary Alice says, if I have a couple ideas for digital content, how do I take them from my head and put them into action? You run them through synthesize. Sorry, you can tell I'm really tired now. You run them through synthesize. That's what you do. And then it will validate for you what makes sense and what doesn't. Oftentimes, your ideas are not as good as ideas that you'll get through AI because you're not objective. You are subjective. And so you don't make decisions as logically as you should. You make them more emotionally. And that will cost you in this business because this is a logic business. So use the AI. What % does WAP take from us? They don't take it from you, if I could reframe that. For their service, their free service of using their system, it's about, I think, 3% transaction. Elsa B says, I am so keen on this, but I need my tech-savvy son assistants. You do not need your tech-savvy son assistant. There is not much tech involved in this. Question to you. Do you have one of these? Do you have one of these dopamines in your pocket? This is a technical aspect, but it is not overly technical. And you were able to figure it out. So if tech was an issue, then I certainly wouldn't be selling this to the masses. Not to say that there's not a learning curve, because there is. It's just a smaller learning curve than you would think. And I would not let you have the tech hold you back. And with all the coaching and the experience, or the coaching and the resources in here, you have a lot of value. Yeah. This will help you. Yeah. We'll take the offer down completely in a few days. I want to say 4 or 3, somewhere around there, but don't quote me on that exactly. Okay? Can I install on these programs on my laptop and PC when I travel? Yeah, they're all web-based. They're all web-based. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the questions over here at the same time. They're all web-based, so anywhere you can get an internet connection, you can make this work. 100%. Yep, you're good, Harold. Yeah. If that's the only thing stopping you, then go to joiningmind.com and sign up. Yep. Yeah. So this is a common thing, and I'm not ignoring it because I don't want to answer it. I just trying to prioritize questions, but I'll address it very quickly here. A lot of people say, just let me in for free, and then when I'm successful, I'll pay you later. That is just at the scale that we manage with the people we reach. That is way too much friction for us. I wish there was a way we could accommodate that at scale, but it's impossible. We can't. You have to make the investment. We've made the investment as low as we can possibly make it to give you everything possible you need to succeed. And that's the way that it is. So if you are that sure that you are that resourceful, that you'll 100% be successful, and then you'll pay it back with interest, that same resourcefulness will allow you to find a way to make the investment today and then be successful with this program. Yep. Is all the features we get when buying monetize available when buying monetize? I'm not sure exactly what that means. But you get everything that you see when you go to joiningmind.com plus my 2 bonuses as well. And you get some extra stuff too. And you get a full year access to that. And with the Until You Win guarantee, you get access to resources until you 10x your investment. Yep. Beyond, if they were to expire before, they're extended to you. Yep. What's the difference between Monetize and Monetize Pro since they provide coaching? Monetize Pro has more coaching. It's just more hands-on and more in-depth coaching. So if coaching is of high priority to you, you can upgrade to Monetize Pro. Can 2 people share one subscription? No. WAP is working in France. Does it handle VAT or not? I do not know, and I lived in France. It works in France, I'm pretty sure. You can find out. Anybody can go and sign up for an account for free. I'm not sure about the VAT collection, though. But yeah, check it out. And you can Google that. That's an easy answer to Google. What's the balance between simplicity and feature richness? Are we overwhelming or underserving users? Start with simplicity. And then once that works, add to it until you reach a level of complexity and then scale back down. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's a fun game. You start with the minimum viable product. Once that hits, you add to it and you continue to add to it as long as it enhances the experience and makes you more money. And then eventually you'll hit a diminishing return and you'll say, okay, now I've added too much. And then you scale it back down a little bit. And that's the sweet spot. We don't have to figure that out. We let the audience show us. So we don't solve the problem. We let the audience solve the problem. What do the analysts say about drop-off points in the funnel? Various things for various industries at various price points for various products. You will find that a majority of people will drop off. Just take a look at this. We started day 1 with 80,000 plus people live. We're on day 4 and there's 2,400 people. It's called the law of attrition, right? Over time, attrition occurs. How many people who buy a book even read 1 page on it? Not 100%. How many people who read a page in a book read all of the book? Way less than 100%. But when you reach enough people, the law of attrition states some fall off, but some succeed. I could get biblical with you for a second if you want. The parable of the sower, right? The sower was in the field and he had seed. And he threw the seed on the ground and some of it landed on rocks and it didn't take. But that didn't stop him. He threw the seed on the soil, and some of it, the soil was too shallow. And so the first hot day, the sun came and killed the seed, and it did not take. And then he threw some of the seed on the ground, and it took. But some of the seed that took only produced 10%. And some of the seed that took produced 50%. And some of the seed that took produced 100%. But he didn't leave the field, right? So if he threw the seed down and the birds took the seed, he didn't chase the birds. He kept staying in the field and he kept planting his seeds. Some of the seeds don't take, some of the seeds take, some of them take at different degrees, right? So we optimize as best as we can based upon the analytics when we see them, but we sow our seeds. And this is what we do here. So if you sow enough seeds, some of them will bear fruit. That is the law of the universe. Yep. How do we pay in installments? You go to joineymon.com, and then when you go through the process, there will be options on how you wish to finance it, and then the installments will be there. Yep. Is it better to be an infopreneur? I mean, you're asking a barber if you need your hair cut right here. Hell yeah, it's better to be an infopreneur. And that's a fancy way of saying a person who creates and distributes digital products. All right, I'm at the end of the document. Whew! All right, I'm going to check in with you right now. Who here is ready to sign up and will sign up within the next 5 minutes? If that's you, type in 5 into the chat right now. If you know you're going to sign up in the next 5 minutes, type in 5 into the chat right now. Because I want to kind of get a gauge here. If it's nobody, then we'll wrap. Okay, cool. All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 5s. Oh my God, we got a whole bunch more 5s, okay? I'm going to hold you to this. When you give me your word, if you don't follow through on your word, that's not a good reinforcement. We want to positively reinforce that. So you said you're going to sign up in the next 5 minutes. I hope you do. I'm going to look at some of those names, and I'm going to ask the guys tomorrow, did they actually sign up or not? You don't have to, but I'm going to see. I'm just going to validate because I'm curious to see how committed that is. It's an easy thing to say into YouTube, okay? 5 minutes. So here's what I'm going to do. Joineymon.com. The bonuses are going to be available for the next 5 minutes. Now, if you run into a checkout process issue in the next 5 minutes, write to the team, and I'll earmark it to make sure you get the bonuses. But here's what I'm going to do. I am going to set a timer for 5 minutes, okay? And then I'm going to tell you one more story once I set this timer. And I'm thinking of the story that I should tell, because I have a couple stories that I could tell. But I'll tell you one more story about really what's at stake here with these digital products and what really makes the big difference for you, or what could make the big difference in your life, right? I got the story. Here it is. I got a timer on for 5 minutes. Let me tell it to you real quick. So I'm 35 years old. I'm part of a mastermind that costs $100,000 a year to be a part of. So if you think $2,000 is a significant investment, I'm paying $100,000 plus airfare plus hotel on top of it. But I'm in this mastermind, and the owner of the mastermind calls me up one day and he says, hey, I've got this crazy idea. We're going to have Dr. Daniel Amen come in and do a talk here. And this guy has scanned more brains than anybody in the entire world. And hey, he's close to you. Why don't you drive over there? I'll arrange to have him have your brain scanned, and then we'll talk about it at this mastermind. And I'm like, okay, that sounds like a really good idea. So I drive down there to Costa Mesa. That's where he was at the time. And before I do that, I write in this intake form and I fill it out. And part of the intake form says, you know, what are the past traumas you've had in your life? And I've cold and clinically writing down all the crazy shit that's happened in my life, thinking I'm past it right now. Because of course I'm past it, because I'm successful, and look at how much money I made, and look at how many people I serve and everything. I thought I got out the other side of it. And then he comes in, he scans my brain, he does some other brain tests as well, and he walks in, and this is a world famous psychologist, psychiatrist, and a doctor, and he walks into the office and he says, Jason, he goes, the first thing he says, you've been through a lot. And I go, not really, not more than anybody else. And he goes, I've scanned 5,000 people's plus his brain. So when I say you've been through a lot, you've been through a lot. He goes, here's the deal. You got ADHD. And I immediately say to him, no, I do not. And he goes, well, your tests indicate you do. And I go, yeah, but that was because the white was a little low and I heard the humming for the light over there. And I'm like, oh shit, I totally got ADHD. And I'm like, huh, okay. And then he goes, you also have PTSD. And he pulls out my brain scan and he goes, this is your brain scan on the left. And then on the right, he goes, this is somebody who just got back from Afghanistan. This is what their brain looks like. And see how these areas are lit up? This is lit up, this is lit up, and this is lit up, right? And then he specifically tells me, he goes, I suggest for you, based on everything I know about you and all the brain scans and this and that, that you do this thing called EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization reprogramming. And he goes, it's really good for healing past traumas that you're stuck in. And I'm like, okay, fine. So I tell my assistant, it's a Monday, I said, find me an EMDR person, book it, and then I'll show up. Otherwise, I won't do it. So she finds one that Wednesday, I'm in this office and we're doing this thing where we take a trauma. She says, give me a trauma. How does it feel when you bring it up? 8 out of 10. Now follow my finger back and forth like this. And she talks me through it. She checks in. How's it now? 5 out of 10. How's it now? 3 out of 10. And then we check it again next week. And for the next 4 months, we go like a grocery list through all these traumatic experiences that I've had in my life. And what I discovered was until I could process them, I could never get past them, no matter how much money I made. And I said this the other day, I had an emotional hole and no amount of money I put into it could heal it, right? That experience changed my life. That is the power of the right information to the right person at the right time. That is how effective it can be. And I could only be in that room to have that life-changing experience because of the success that I had in my digital product business. There was no other possible way I could have been there. And so I was so grateful for it. And I was able to grow so much. If you look up, you can find old pictures of me. I look kind of gnarly. I had this big ass beard. I had this unruly hair. I had on a lot more weight than I had on right now. And I was successful, but I wasn't whole. But because of who I became in the process and the people that I met who cared about me, because of the value that I brought into their life, this was able to allow me to live even more of my life. And so the money is great, but who you become in the process and how transformative this industry is as digital product producers and distributors and consumers, because I consume digital products just as much as I sell them and produce them. I'm a connoisseur of them myself. And so hopefully this really puts into play at the end of the day really what's at stake when we're talking about something like this. Look at me. I came from obscurity. I came from nothing. I came from tragedy, and I came from challenge, and I came from limitation, and I came from beauty, and I came from grace. And I have all these different things that I come from. And, you know, the saying is you can make your mess your message. And maybe not outwardly you speak it out loud, but you carry it with you in your heart. And then if you can have that show up in your communication with who you are, maybe it connects with somebody. And maybe it helps them, and then maybe they can help somebody else. So hopefully I have been helpful to you here today. It has been an honor to serve you. Sign up, get into there to get the bonuses. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. We're going to jam. We got the extra special bonus session tomorrow. JohnnyMon.com. I'll catch you on the inside. Bye for now.